Chair, when you're ready, you may begin. I don't think you. Chair, you may begin.
Thank you. Okay, good evening. Welcome to all in attendance. 5:30 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. We are now in session in the Historic District Review Board meeting duly noticed for this evening, August 12, 2025. I will be serving as acting chair tonight in the absence of Chair Rios. This meeting, as you may know from the notice, is a personal attendance only due to technical difficulties. There are no remote participants. May I have a roll call, please?
Chair Rios.
Excused.
Vice Chair Bienvenu.
Present.
Member Aguilera Medrano.
Here.
Member Mather.
Here.
Member Dagnan.
Here.
Member Beachhead.
Here.
Member Cherry.
Excused.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, we have an agenda that has been duly published. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Bienvenu. There is one change on item number H, 2025-10871 HDRB 439 Camino Monte Sol should be postponed to August 26th. And then item J, which is 2025-10895 HDRB 1379 Cerro Gordo Road, has been withdrawn.
Thank you. Board members, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Aguilera Medrano so moves. Beachhead seconds.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. That motion is carried. Next on the agenda, item number 4, approval of minutes from July 8, 2025. Are there any revisions to the minutes? Let's just take a quick look, if I may. I actually have one change on page 15. The third full paragraph, the first line, where it states Member Bienvenu stated that he did not believe that the board preferred not to design a new bridge. Delete the word not, so it states preferred to design a new bridge. Doesn't believe that the board preferred to design a new bridge. That's the only change I have. Seeing no others, is there a motion to approve as amended?
So move.
Second?
Either will second.
Thank you very much. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Those minutes are approved as amended. Item 5, approval of findings and conclusions. I see none in the packet or the agenda. Is that correct? Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, matters from the public. If there's anyone from the public who wishes to speak, please step to this podium. Oh, do you have that? I only have July 8th on my agenda.
I think the July 22nd minutes are included in the packet, but are they not on the agenda for approval?
Not on the agenda. I think you're correct that they were in the packet, though I saw them as well. We'll defer that to the next.
Yes, since that's our error, we'll defer that to next time.
Thank you. Thank you for noticing that, Member Beachside. I will ask that we keep our comments from the public to 2 minutes. We have a number of items to get through tonight, so that will be much appreciated. Please step to the podium. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth West. I live in Santa Fe, and I'm here again just to reiterate some of the things I said at the last meeting. I also want to make sure that Member Beachside did get a packet. I made you a new one just in case, because I handed a bunch out. Can I give one to you and you can give it to her? That's mine. And I am going to give to this wonderful person over here my updated what do you call it, cover letter. I did it at the last minute, which is obvious. There's no reason to have excuses, but it's an explanation. I am terrible with typos. And also I left off some stuff. So I'm going to hand her also one for each of you. And thank you very much. And I have another minute. Okay. That was the thud of some maps that I got printed up about our register. It took me a while to learn that our register in Santa Fe is a map. So that was kind of fun. So I am again requesting that the HDRB on your own, somebody, one of you, bring it forward. The idea of establishing historic status for the Soldiers Monument. And any of you members of the HDRB can move to bring this action up for placement on the next hearing's agenda for an historic status review of the Soldiers Monument. The Historic Districts Code supports this process. There are three main things to note in the last 30 seconds I have. One is the city register exists as the historic building status map. Two, the Soldiers Monument on the Santa Fe Plaza has no historic status. And the HDRB, number three, HDRB has legal authority to designate historic status for the Soldiers Monument on the city register. So I will let somebody else speak right now, but I'm going to quietly hand the papers to you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Friends of mine said, "Oh, could you print up one of those for me?" And I said, "You want to pay for it?"
Thank you. Please step up and state your name for the record.
Stephanie Beninato. I just want to express a lot of disappointment in the technical problems that the city is having. Not having a Zoom meeting. I'm not even sure if this is available to look at on YouTube right now, like in real time. And it seems that this has been an ongoing problem and should have been addressed weeks ago, really. And then the other thing I want to bring up is a lack of confidence in staff. At the city council meeting on an appeal from an HBOARD decision, we had the head of land use misrepresenting what an institution was. And that was that they represented that the girls' club was an institution, but institutions are clearly defined in the code as government buildings, educational buildings, museums, and hospitals, not clinics. So Girls Inc. doesn't fall in any of those categories. And it becomes difficult to want to trust staff if they don't even know what the law actually says and then misrepresents it to either a board or the council. And in terms of this monument, the Soldiers Monument, the obelisk, I would just point out that there is a definition of object in the city code that says that monuments are not included. They define it as something small, which obviously the obelisk is not, but it's also non-conforming at this point, and you cannot replace or repair non-conforming structures. You can only remove them. And so I think those are two major issues that you need to consider before you would bring this motion that Ms. West is requesting to the board for public discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Richard Martinez. I just want to mention that this board still does not have an architect sitting on the board. My understanding is that we've now had 2 nominations to the mayor. I believe what he told me was that that was what he was looking for, was 2 nominations. I believe that staff should not be part of this decision. These are positions appointed by the mayor. They represent the wider community in Santa Fe. Remember that architect means that you're registered with the state. It's like calling yourself a lawyer when you're not. So I just wanted to remind you that there's not an architect sitting on the board. The second thing is the obelisk in the plaza. Just remember that I can show you some photographs of the plaza before the obelisk was there. It is possible to have a plaza that's person-centered, not object-centered, where a person can occupy the center of the plaza rather than having an object in the center of the plaza. Perhaps the obelisk no longer represents the community and who we are now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? All right, we will move on then, seeing no hands raised, to item number 7, staff communications. Item A 715, Camino Lejo. I will open the floor to staff. Introduce this item.
Bienvenue. As required by section 14-5.2M, state capital outlay projects. As you know, the Museum in New Mexico is a division of the state. And so the standards that apply in subsection M require that the state present the project to the board for feedback. And if there is any concern regarding the design, then there would be a subcommittee that would be appointed of the board to work with the state. So this is part of step 1. And the applicant is present to provide you with an overview of the project, and we'll give you the opportunity to have feedback. If there are any major concerns, then we can set forth with the next step if necessary.
Thank you for that. And just so I'm clear, were there any materials presented in the packet for this item?
Chair, no, we don't have materials, just the rendering.
You. All right, so will you be presenting, Mr. Duran?
Chair Bienvenue, members of the board, Mr. Philip Weedle is here to present the case for 715 Camino Lejo.
Thank you. Thank you. You have the floor. Does the witness need to be sworn for this presentation? You would say yes. Why don't you go ahead and swear the witness, please?
Can you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
My name is Philip Weddle, address 6916 East Fifth Avenue, Scottsdale.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you much. Jerry, he's been sworn in.
Mr. Weddle, you have the floor.
Apologize, my laptop went to sleep the whole time in presentations.
We're going to be presenting on the screens. Would it be possible to have the lower screen that's on the floor tilted towards the board? And maybe brought forward slightly? That's great. Now move more towards the wall just so that we don't block off too much of the audience. That's great. Thanks. Okay.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Phil Weddle with Weddle Gilmore Architects. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. We're presenting the proposal for the Santa Fe Botanical Garden for the Gateway Pavilion and the Children's Discovery Garden. Before I start with the presentation, I wanted to introduce quickly a couple of key team members, just to let you know who else is here in the audience. We have Michelle Roberts, who's the Deputy Secretary for DCA, here in case there are any questions pertaining to the state's role in the project. Obviously, it's state property, as was discussed in the presentation. We also have David Young, who is the Executive Director for the Santa Fe Botanical Garden, and David can speak to any issues related to the Botanical Garden. And then lastly, we have Kenneth Francis from Surrounding Studio, who's the principal landscape architect, who's been leading the design on the Children's Discovery Garden project. So the project, just at a high level before we get into the design presentation, includes the development of a new Children's Discovery Garden on the southern edge of the Santa Fe Botanical Garden. Approximately 1.2 acres of land are being developed as part of the Children's Discovery Garden. The goal of the Children's Discovery Garden is to develop a kind of a place for passive and active experiential learning for children for a broad spectrum of ages. In conjunction with the Children's Discovery Garden, we are also proposing to do a Gateway Pavilion. And the Gateway Pavilion really functions as a portal into the Children's Discovery Garden, and also provides restroom facilities to kind of support programming in that part of the garden. Technical problem. My apologies.
IT, thank you, IT.
Again, the site, if we look at the aerial photograph on the far right-hand side, the area of the site is the lower portion on the southern boundary of the botanical garden. And there are several photographs from the site showing site context. For reference, the location where the PV array is mounted on the ground, that is more or less where the Gateway Pavilion is located. Context, that PV array is planned to be relocated on the roof of the structure. And then a site plan showing the existing conditions. The existing site is a kind of pinyon juniper woodlands. We're working around the majority of those trees and kind of developing the garden and the structure around those that vegetation. And as I mentioned, the existing PV solar array is being relocated on the roof of the Gateway Pavilion. Then a site plan that shows the proposal. So the Children's Discovery Garden is on the lower portion with the Gateway Plaza on the upper edge, creating a portal into the Children's Discovery Garden. Children's Discovery Garden includes a loop trail with interactive play elements, as well as a acequia with a headwater element that has some interactive play features as a part of that. The Gateway Pavilion includes a shaded portal for gathering and seating. And as a part of that kind of shaded gathering area, we're also developing a rainwater harvesting component in the center. The roof has a bit of a butterfly slope to it, so we're actually bringing the drainage center of that, really create an opportunity to kind of celebrate the water harvesting opportunity there. So we have a catchment basin that is kind of a central part of that central plaza, and then a below grade cistern for rainwater storage for reuse for irrigation systems. In addition to that, on the western edge of the Gateway Plaza, we have an art mural wall that is kind of the other element that is framing the opposite side of that Gateway Plaza. And then on the eastern side, we have the proposed restrooms and some storage and support spaces for the program. Just in terms of the what's being proposed from a building perspective, it's a modest building. We're talking 572 square feet of building for the restroom building. The total roof area for the shaded zone and the building is 2,112 square feet. So rather modest in size, but really important in terms of framing that entry into the Children's Discovery Garden and creating a shaded space where they can do outdoor education programming within the Children's Discovery Garden. The materials that are being proposed for the architecture, we're really tried to work hard to develop a design concept that ties to the existing botanical garden. It's important for us as one of the kind of few buildings that are within the botanical garden to develop something that is kind of continuing to support that identity of the botanical garden and furthering the development of that identity and character of the garden. So we were heavily tied to the existing context. We have a good portion of the botanical garden. One of the kind of primary elements that you see are these moss rock walls that are built throughout the botanical garden. So the moss rock as a mass wall is one of the primary materials that we're proposing for the Gateway Pavilion that create 2-foot thick mass walls that kind of frame the entry into the Children's Discovery Garden. In addition to that, we have integrally colored stucco. That is also kind of a second element that you see throughout the garden and within the area. And we're developing that in certain portions of the Gateway Plaza as well. And then lastly, the other kind of key characteristic of the botanical garden are these weathered steel ramadas that you see throughout the botanical garden. You see on the far left the image from the garden area just to the north of where the Children's Discovery Garden is located. That is all kind of a weathered steel ramada. And then you also have the Berlin amphitheater zone that has kind of a shed roof, weathered steel shade structure over that. So the kind of weathered steel ramada is the kind of last component that we're doing again to try and tie into the existing character of the botanical garden. Elevations of the proposed structure. It's again relatively modest in scale. We are about 16, just under 16 to 17 foot in terms of the maximum height above natural grade. the moss rock walls facing to the north and the south, and then the stucco walls facing to the east and the west with the art mural wall on the western side. Several renderings that we've developed for reference. So this is the pedestrian path that is connecting up to the Gateway Plaza with the Children's Discovery Garden beyond. You see the moss rock masonry walls and then the weathered steel Ramada structure. And then as you enter into that shaded breezeway zone, the portal into the Children's Discovery Garden, on the left, you see the water catchment basin that was described in terms of the rainwater harvesting. So again, the roof is sloping to that kind of center section to capture all of that rainwater to be reutilized for irrigation. And then the art mural wall to the right, which is facing to the west, and then seating within that kind of shaded plaza area. And then the last rendering is looking from the Children's Discovery Garden back to the north. You see the trails that are connecting through the garden, the acequia, the headwaters to the acequia, and some of the headgate play structures that are integrated in. So that's the proposal, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you for the presentation. How much of this is visible from the street, Camino Alejo?
The primarily just the eastern elevation is visible from Camino Alejo. The north and south elevations are oriented towards the garden and towards the neighboring property. And then the west elevation again is facing towards the central garden. So if we go back to the site plan. So the arrows that you see there on the right-hand side of the site plan, that's really the only view into the site from Camino Alejo, which is essentially eastern elevation. A little bit of southern.
Do you have any photographs of the existing structures in the botanical garden that you're attempting to harmonize with?
So the material photos that we're showing are actually existing structures from the botanical garden. The upper left-hand image is the moss rock walls that are part of the orchard garden. The other rock that you see there is from Milner Plaza across the street from the botanical garden. So we're also, looking at kind of the materials that are there on Museum Hill. The images of the stucco on the center is from the botanical garden. That is also part of that arrival gateway at the existing garden. And then the image to the right of that is the museum that's across the street. It's part of Museum Hill. And then the two Ramada structures that you see are both from the botanical garden. One from the orchard garden and one from the plant amphitheater. So all of those are part of the botanical garden.
Heather, I wasn't here on the board when the botanical garden structures were approved. What was the process? Did that come to the board or did staff approve the structures? Which they can normally do with buildings in that district,
Chair Bienvenue, I'd have to research that because I was not here at that time as well.
Can I speak you in really quick? Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Shell Gallagher Roberts, 12 Sierra Dawn, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you much.
So Chairman Bienvu, so the statute that is the reason why the Botanical Gardens is bringing this forth now is a recent, when was it passed? In 2000 and that statute. So I think it was later than that. I think it was actually 2021. So these structures predate that statute, and so we're not subject to this committee's.
Oh, well, yeah, I think that confuses a couple different things about the process. Everything in this district is subject to the Preservation Division and the board generally. But this, you do have a special process here that applies because of the fact that this is a state-sponsored project. So I think that's what you're referring to. But just to be clear, in this district, the staff typically does approve new construction as opposed to the other districts. So that's why my question was whether it even came to the board or not. But it must have received some sort of approval from the division.
So Chairman, this is actually state property. And so it was not subject to review prior to the passing of this statute.
Okay, I stand corrected. So even all of the botanical garden is state property.
Chairman, members, no, actually, part of it is state property and part of it is actually city property. And so these structures are on state property, and I would defer to the botanical garden on what is on city property, but I can only speak to what's on state property. These are on state property.
By these, are you referring to the ones we're looking at on the screen, the ramadas and so forth that exist today?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Director Lamboy.
Thank you, Chair. So section 14-5.2 M, state capital outlay projects was adopted in 2009. So it is likely, yes, you're correct. In the historic review, historic district, a lot of the cases are managed administratively, with the exception when there's an exception or the building has a historic status. So in this particular case, it's not historic status, but if we were to look at this from a perspective of the historic district's ordinance, an exception would need to be requested for the material and design of the project. So that is why the board needs to provide on this particular case.
Right. Okay. Okay. So the existing structures probably did not come before the division for approval.
That is
Best I can
correct.
gather.
And I think they're different in that they're ramadas and it's not a full building, but they're more garden features.
Yeah, I was going to also make that distinction that the steel that's being used in the existing structures is, to me, different than the large expanses of sheet steel that are in the currently proposed building. We generally are reluctant to permit weathered steel structures in the historic districts. There have been some exceptions, particularly in this district, and then there have been ones that have just crept in one way or another. But it is a concern of the board and of staff, and as Director Lamboy mentioned, that would need an exception under our interpretation of the code. So, and possibly also, what about the use, the percentage of the stone basing on the structure as compared to the stucco? Is an exception needed for that in this district?
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
And just also for clarity, before I pass it on to other members of the board, where do you perceive us to be at in the process that's set forth for capital outlay projects? Is this the process that's, or the stage before commencing with the design phase when the applicant or the state is to consult with the board, or is this after that?
So Chair, you bring up a good point. So like the executive office building, a lot of design work had been done when this was first presented to the city. And so theoretically, we would be in the place where it's before design. This was presented to us. We felt like it would be a good launching point, even though it should be really before the design commences.
Okay, and there'll still need to be a public meeting with the design proposal, correct?
Yes, and that is up to the applicant to have a public meeting, and I'm not sure if the museum has had any meeting already.
Okay. Well, I meant a public meeting to be held by the review board.
Yes, I'm sorry. But there's also typically public engagement.
Public engagement.
By the applicant.
Okay.
That's Casey Museum of New Mexico.
Okay, so it sounds like we're in the very early stages of the design process as far as the procedures set forth in the code and the state statute go, even though I understand that you proceeded along to some extent beyond that. Do any board members have comments? Yes, Member Degnan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question more about curiosity about the materials, sir. The picture in the center, there are 9 photos, the one in the middle row, and the orange colored stone along with the stucco. Is that just a result of photo saturation that I'm looking at, or is that stone really that orange?
There was no kind of excessive saturation on the image, so that stone is from the museum that's on the opposite side of the street. So,
Okay, thank you.
Member Beachhead.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenue. Just one question for staff regarding the exceptions that we would have to address if we're coming to the board as a regular case. You said that the material, the steel, and then the percentage of moss rock. With the windows, are the windows subject to an exception? I think the ones I saw were quite oblong and skinny, but I don't know that they violate any code requirements.
Chair Member Beachside, the windows themselves do not violate anything. If we could go to the elevation, I appreciate that. So the 2 exceptions we would identify as the roof form and wall dominated. So those are the 2 big key things. We have more flexibility in the historic review district than other districts. And so wall dominated and, the overall appearance and context of Spanish Pueblo revival design. So in territory.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And then just a comment, I think the proposed east elevation is what we would see from Camino Alejo. That's correct?
that is correct.
Yeah. So, so I appreciate that the building is oriented that way because I think that minimizes the profile of the butterfly roof, which is something that is not in keeping with our design standards. But I think in this case where the Botanical Garden mission includes guidance for sustainable gardening. And this certainly is a feature that would be important to the mission of the building. So I think that I don't have a problem with that, especially with the way it's oriented.
Add on that that also screens solar array that makes the roof.
Oh.
That's the one other thing that the roof form does for us. Screen that
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's all I had for now. Thanks.
Comments from other members? Member Mather, any comments? Regular Madrano? No. Okay, well, I would just say that I consider this something of a preliminary review. It's very difficult, and I don't think completely helpful to be looking or to give much in the way of feedback to designs that we're just seeing for the first time and then expected to respond on the spot, especially without any context of visiting the site. So, I mean, my general comment would be, I think that structure would be, as I'm looking at it, would not fit most of the design standards for the district. It's not to say it's not an attractive and handsome design in the right location, but I think it would need a number of exceptions to be approved. And I think it could be, from my perspective, scaled back to be at least somewhat more traditional in form, even though it's not completely visible from the street, just because our ordinance is written for a reason. And I think that it's important to enforce it as written. But with that, I'm going to defer to staff to work with the applicant on what the next steps would be under the ordinance. And the next time it comes before us, I guess I should ask, do you think there's any need for a committee of any sort to be appointed to be working with the applicant on this, or is it, are
Read my
you
mind, Chair
comfortable?
Bienvenue. So I think it might be helpful together with staff that the subcommittee of the board actually engage with the museum to determine the best path forward. And then we can report back to the board.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll have achieved consensus.
Okay, do I have any volunteers? I would say we just need two members, Member Mather and Member Degnan. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Oh, I actually would say if there's someone from the audience that wishes to comment on this very preliminary proposal, I'm going to allow that. Keep your comments restricted to 2 minutes, please. And just bear in mind, this is just a preliminary proposal at this point in time, but I think it would be helpful for the board to hear from the public. Yes, sir, please be sworn in.
Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Richardson.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Chairman Bienvenue and the board. I'm a longstanding member of the board of the Botanical Garden, which has approved these plans. And we've worked with the state along in this process for quite a while. And I understand Chairman Bienvenue's concerns, but the whole Museum Hill is a whole region that should be considered because we're right across Camino Alejo from, for instance, the Folk Art Museum. And the Folk Art Museum is a mid-century modern building designed by John Gamim, and it does not fit the design guidelines that you're trying to impose on the Botanical Garden. And so if we had to do something in Pueblo Revival, it would not fit any of the other buildings in the garden. We're trying to have something that's architecturally cohesive, and it's fairly well screened from neighbors in the street. And I think that we should be granted the exceptions that we're requesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Spendanato. You
Please.
Oh no, yes.
Please state your name and address for the record. And the microphone, please.
Stephanie Benanato.
Address.
PO Box 1601 Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just have to say, I know that there's other steel roofs in the botanical gardens, but I find it sort of ironic that a botanical garden uses steel as opposed to natural materials for roofing. And I understand, it's longer lasting and all of that, but still, I just find it ironic. And in terms of this particular design, it does seem much bigger than as described. Visually, it has more of an impact, I think. And although it shows mass because the bathrooms are to the east, the one window, it just doesn't feel it doesn't feel like a good design. It feels like there needs to be either more windows, something, or maybe reverse it so that the mural is on the east side and the bathrooms are on the west side. That is on the interior, facing interior into the garden as opposed to exterior. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else who wishes to speak, we will move on to the next item, number 8 on the agenda. Yes, Attorney Ribolid.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenue and members. I am pleased to report that in the governing body appeal hearing of HDRB case number 2024-9478, involving 614 Paseo de Peralta, a non-conforming fence there. That matter was heard by the HDRB on December 10th, 2024. In the appeal hearing, which took place on July 30th, the governing body voted 8-1 to uphold the Historic District Review Board's denial for approval of the non-conforming fence, which was 5 foot 8 inches coyote design. And so the HBOARD was upheld by the governing body.
Thank you very much for the report. Item 8A, Old Business 2025-010698 HDRB 222 Polaco Street. And before we're proceeding, I just want to advise all the applicants and members of the public that any decisions of the board may be appealed to the governing body. The deadlines, procedures, and parties who have standing to appeal are all set forth in section 14-3.17 of the city code. With that, Senior Planner, please proceed.
Thank you, Member Benvenu and members of the board. This case is 2025-010698 HDRB at 222 Polaco Street in the West Side Guadalupe Historic District. The applicant previously came before this board on July 22nd, 2025, requesting to install a coyote fence and a vehicular gate to the height of 6 feet where the maximum allowable height is 4 feet 7 inches. They have also requested an exception to 14-5.2 D9A II and large B. At that time, the Historic Review Board requested that the applicant return with a new design with the date certain of August 12, 2025. The previous fence shown here is visible in the photographs in the Historic Cultural Property Inventory Form of 1998 and Building Inventory Form completed in 1985. This case was initially the result of a red tag issued by the Historic District's construction inspector. The applicant had removed a 6-foot cedar plank fence and was erecting a 6-foot coyote fence. The applicant has returned this evening with a new design to construct a CMU adobe wall to the height of 4 feet 7 inches, which meets the maximum allowable height. The applicant also is proposing a 5-foot pedestrian gate with wood panels and steel frame and a vehicular gate to be 4 foot 7 inches tall as well. The steel frame will have a rustic finish and the wood will be stained in a honey natural color and the stucco shall be adobe in color. Staff recommends approval for this application as it complies with 14-5.2D General Design Standards for all historic districts and 14-5.21 West Side Guadalupe Design Standards, and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. One thing I noted in looking at the design of the gate is that it's not fenestrated, which is something that our guidelines request for gates. Is that something that staff has spoken to the applicant about? And is there any room for fenestration to your knowledge?
So yes, I do believe the code says that that it's suggested of fenestration, and because of the low height of the wall, fenestration was not suggested. But the applicant can speak to whether if they're interested in providing that.
Okay. Yeah, how tall is the gate? Is it, I saw the dimensions, is it 5 foot?
The pedestrian gate is 5 foot. And the vehicular gate is 4 feet 7 inches, as well as the wall.
And do you understand those to be solid wood panels or planks?
I believe Chair Benvenu and members of the board that is solid wood panels, but we can speak with the applicant to describe further.
Thank you. Do any members of the board have questions for staff? No? Okay. Applicant, please be sworn in.
Will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Ayla Bechtel, 320 Aztec Street.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, Chair. She's sworn in.
Thank you very much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
For the revised design. And what do you have to add?
I would like to understand what you mean by fenestration on a gate, and this is a panelized gate. All the gates are panelized. Is that what you mean by fenestration?
No, and it's not actually in the ordinance. This is a guideline that was adopted by the board at some past date. It's posted online, I believe. It just uses the term fenestration. It says that fenestration of gates shall always be encouraged. And by that, we've always understood that to mean some kind of something other than solid. So, it can have some kind of openings in the gate.
The pedestrian gate or the vehicular gate is 4'7", so you can look over it. And then the pedestrian gate is 5 feet at the top of the arch. I just wanted to have a little interest, I suppose you could call it, as an archway at the gate itself. But again, at 4'7" and 5 feet, I mean, my eyes are at 5 feet, so you can see over it. You're seeing over the wall, so I don't know if that's what fenestration was about.
No, because fenestration, of course, wouldn't refer to just that would be visibility. But fenestration, I mean, normally the word fenestration, as you know, as an architect, refers to windows.
Right.
It's an opening. I think the intent of the word as used in the guidance was to have openings in the gate as opposed to a solid gate. And it doesn't really speak to whether that depends on what the dimensions of the gate are.
Okay, well, I'll file that away. Thank you.
Okay. And is it solid wood?
Solid wood.
So solid wood panels or?
It'll be 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches, solid wood panels between the steel.
Okay.
And we chose the steel for its longevity.
Members of the board, questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Any members of the public that wish to speak to this application, please step forward.
Stephanie Benenato, I've already been sworn. Oh, I'm sorry, there it is. You can hardly see that up online. So it's really hard to tell the elevation. And yeah, now I can see it when I'm down here. Can you make that bigger? And so I was going to say that there was no elevation, but there it is. It's really hard to see even up online here. I'm sorry, Ayla. But I think that it now, except for the slight increase in height of the gate, the pedestrian gate, that it does meet code. And it doesn't look like it's a solid panel. I mean, the gate is a solid panel. I guess it's 3 feet wide. 3'6". And then this is, how wide is each of these panels?
7.
Each of those are 7 feet. Yeah. So I'm wondering on each of these panels, which you all probably really can't see, there's looks like 3 panels, an opening, and then 3 panels, and how wide each of those panels are. I just, again, think it's at least broken up and not one solid panel for like 6 or 7 feet, which I think would be visually not very interesting. So I think from what I can see that even though it's not fenestrated, that it is at least visually interesting. There's a break in the gate itself at halfway with a bar. And it has a seemingly a difference between the framing and the actual material in the gate. So I think that this gives it some visual break in a sense, and that you should approve it.
Very much. Any other members of the public that wish to speak to this application? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Member Beachside.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. In case number 2025-010698 HDRB at 222 Palaco Street. I'd like to thank the applicant for returning with a new design and point out that I appreciate the recess of the pedestrian and vehicular gate. I think that's a nice touch to not have that right on the street as we so often see. I move to approve the application as submitted and as recommended by staff.
Is there a second? Member Degman?
Yes,
Second.
Sorry.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Application is approved. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item B, 2025-010764 HDRB at 438 Apodaca Hill. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. We're moving into new business. Item A, 2025-010763 HDRB at 515 Paseo de Peralta. And let's see whose case this is. Still Senior Planner Romero. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Benvenu and members of the board. This case is 2025-010-763 HDRB, and it is located at 515 Paseo del Peralta in the downtown and Eastside Historic District. The applicant has requested a historic status review with primary facade designation if applicable for a residential structure, yard walls, and outbuildings. And here is a picture of the main residential structure and the south yard wall. Here we have a facade diagram that we will be referring to several times. If we have any questions, you need me to bring it back up, let me know. This residential structure predominantly sits above the street on a sloping lot that is supported by rock retaining walls along the southern property line. There is a similar retaining wall along the north. Historically, the lot was densely vegetated and had been subdivided. Once had an acequia running along the north of the property. The single-family residence at 515 Paseo de Peralta is significant to the downtown and Eastside Historic District. Built in 1889 with built in a tutorial design style highlighted by its brick coping features. Originally, the residence had a brick exterior, however, stucco appeared in photographic evidence as early as 1910. And as all were on the site visit today, we all noticed the rough stucco texture type that it has. Is very unique. There is a rubble stone foundation that continues above the grade. The south facade features a keyhole opening where the primary entry door is located. One moment, please. Among the character defining features, there are tall sash windows. The current historic windows are replacements of the original windows, evidenced by the infill in frames. In addition to the building's northeast corner originally served as the garage and was renovated to become a bedroom. An additional detached garage was constructed at that time. There have been many changes to the building in association with the creation of apartments within the original single-family residence. While the GIS website lists this structure as contributing, that data is incorrect. The map has not been updated since 1997, and the structure is actually been deemed significant by documentation by historic staff. And next, we have a freestanding shed shown in 1912 King's map as 195 square foot, which features a gabled roof with corrugated metal. The south elevation is finished with cementitious stucco. The north elevation is a combination of brick and rubble stone. The interior of the shed is accessed via a pair of wood plank doors on the south elevation. John Murphy referenced it as an important contextual structure reflecting the history of housing work animals on the same site as the residence. Staff recommends the historic status of the residential structure be maintained as significant, the shed to be designated as significant, the garage to be designated as contributing, with the south and east as primary, and the north retaining wall, south retaining wall, and the upper southeast retaining wall all be designated as contributing per 14-5.2C designation of significant, contributing, or non-contributing status within the historic district. I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there was a bit of confusion the last time because I think that we were under the impression it was a contributing building and we wanted to know if it should be upgraded to significant. And it appears that, in fact, it already has a significant designation, as you just indicated. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Benvenu.
And the shed, what's its current designation?
The shed's current designation, I believe it is not currently designated.
Okay, so that is unstatused, and the recommendation is that that also be designated as significant for the reasons set forth in the report. And is the garage also unstatused?
The garage is also unstatused.
Okay, and the recommendation is to designate it as contributing. And then the retaining walls are all, I assume, also unstatused at the current time.
Correct.
And you're recommending that the north, south, and upper southeast retaining wall be contributing.
That is correct, Chair Benvenu.
Okay, and is there anything, is there an addition on the west elevation that is non-historic or otherwise to be called out for purposes of the designation?
Let me pull up the facade diagram. So here in the gray is the main structure. And the garage, which was considered the old garage. Is that the structure that you're referring to?
No, I thought there was an addition at the site visit that was pointed out on the west facade of the.
Oh, yes, that is the where you would see right above the stairs, facade 16.
And what's the story with that facade?
I believe that was added in 19, I want to say the 1970s.
Okay, so that's non-historic.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for the thorough report. I know in the packet there was also an inclusion materials related to condition of the properties, and that seems to me to be not relevant at this point in time for statusing. I'd like Director Lamboy to address whether that should be something that the board concerns itself with or not at this stage.
Chair Bienvenu, An excellent point. Right now, you're considering the status of the building, no changes.
Okay, and so that could come back to us at a later stage, obviously, to consider the structural integrity of the buildings.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Members of the board, questions for staff? Member Beachhead?
Is it possible, is facade number 16, the new addition, visible on this photograph? The three windows, or?
It is not. Let me see, member Bescheid, members of the board, if I could pull up another picture for you that may show. It's right here next to, you can kind of just see it showing in here. That's, you'll go up the stairs and it's to the right where, right before the shed.
And facade 16 encompasses that whole portion?
It goes 16 and it starts at 1,
Okay.
16 and 1 and 2.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Be that structure.
Thank you. Members of the board, any other questions for the staff? Okay, applicant, would you like to step forward and be sworn in?
Hello. Will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Rebecca Wood, 909 Rio Vistas.
Our contract, 924 Shoefly Street, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? They've been sworn in, Chair.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
While we're getting the technology set up, just wanted to say
Sorry.
this is a our intent in working with our client is to preservation and strong preservation. Honors the original structure of the building. This is an incredible opportunity. We want to work closely with all of you to accomplish what we see as an important historic endeavor within this. I thought it was. Okay.
Thank you. We heard, I think, and we appreciate your comments. I should also mention that I believe this meeting, even though it's not available remotely right now, is being recorded, so someone could review it at a future date. Am I right?
That is correct, Member Vanu.
Thank you.
We'd also like to invite our client, George Fagali, to start us off with a few words about the intent for the project. Thank you.
Okay, great. Just need to have him sworn in as well.
Hello. Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
George Fagali, 310 North Coast.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you. Chair, he's been sworn in.
Great. And just so you know, and for the benefit of the public as well, this is just a status review tonight. And so we shouldn't be addressing or considering anything to do with what your future plans may be for the property. And so all we'll be dealing with right now is status, and then at a later date, we'll deal with all the other issues that I'm sure you have on your mind.
No, actually, just want to thank the staff, board members, for the visits and for the work. My wife and I live almost, so the backyards of this property and where we live button to each other. And we've been admiring this property forever. The view from Paseo de Peralta is spectacular. Everybody who drives by knows that house. And we've known the owners for as long as we've lived here. And Tina and I would like to make this our new home eventually. So I know you're not interested, but this will be where we will live. And, you know, we've traveled the world and we chose Santa Fe and we chose this district mainly because of the appearance of it. So we want to preserve what it is. We don't want to change a lot of things. The appearance from Paseo is very important to us and we just wanted to.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. And please add anything you like within limits.
We have a lot of photos, so that will hopefully orient everybody. All right, thanks very much. We wanted to start with this photograph from approximately 1910, 1915 of the original brick house on this property. And it's immediately recognizable. It looks almost identical today. And this has been, finding some of these old photographs has been sort of a guiding light as we are thinking about the property. And I know today we're only doing a status, but we just want to reemphasize that protecting the nature of this important brick house is central to what we want to do here. We're going to walk through some context and history of the site quickly, look at the site structures individually, and then finish up looking at the elevations. As Amanda mentioned in her great summary, the original brick house dates from 1889. Here it is shown on the 1912 King's map of Santa Fe. And since that time, several outbuildings and additions have been added to the site. And our hope today is to determine the historical significance of these separate structures and determine how to best celebrate the significance of the original brick house. So just to quickly fly through the timeline of the site, starting in 1889, the adobe shed was added in 1912. In the 20s, we added a garage in the back and a few site walls. Around World War II, the original house was split into 3 units. And at that time, a second garage was added toward the back. And then at a sort of indeterminate date, maybe the 50s up until the 70s, a second bedroom was added on the west side. And so the next section will be walking through all of these structures and hopefully addressing their historical significance separately. So starting with the original brick house, another historical photo from Paseo de Peralta. It's distinctive and recognizable. We can see that the overall form and impression of the building from the street is unchanged, even though there has been some change to exterior windows and exterior stairs have been removed and added. The general shape of it and the impression of the detailing is still there. Another view from Paseo to the right.
Just like to add in these 2 slides, you can see the exterior porch went from being enclosed to an open porch, and the window, the solitary window on the side, became a double hung window with arches.
This view from the east shows the greatest change, which is what we'll be talking about mostly, which is addition of new buildings to the north side of the site away from Paseo. So on the left, we see the original house. There's a little piece of a now demolished structure that you can see in that photo on the right-hand side. And then the current site shows the addition of several garages to the back, distinguishable by height and detailing. Just for context, here are a few more photos just moving around the site, all the way down from Wells Fargo, almost at the corner, just reemphasizing the reading of the building is primarily that of the original brick structure. As the staff report noted, some distinctive architectural features include the tall arched windows, the projecting front porch with the keyhole openings, the brick coping that has since been stuccoed over, and the stepped massing. Our structural engineer has identified a few things that will need to be repaired so that the building can last another 100 years, but those are thankfully all pretty easily done, and we are hopeful about the renovation of this building for a good time to come. Moving on to the next building, this shed to the north. The staff report mentioned and the Higbee report mentioned that it was potentially an animal storage building, but we recently heard from the previous owners that it was actually a coal shed. One of several, the other ones have been demolished since then, but in case that's useful information. Unfortunately, the structure was built without a foundation or waterproofing, so it's in disrepair and is currently uninhabitable. We already covered that the structural status is not the purview of this meeting, but we just want to mention that it is suffering from extreme structural disrepair and is too dangerous to occupy at the moment.
The image in the middle, you can see how the adobes were just laid on the earth.
The northwest bedroom addition was maybe the one that was being questioned earlier. This is from potentially the 50s, potentially the 70s. We believe it's CMU block with stucco. It's very distinct, as those of you on the site walk probably noticed. It has smooth stucco and an aluminum sliding window. Here we see it to the left of the original brick building. It's a good deal lower. It has an overhanging shed roof with a pronounced fascia. And in conclusion, is quite distinct from the original house. Moving to the northeast converted garage, this was built in the 20s, we believe. We believe it's primarily adobe brick and stucco. It's currently used as a bedroom, but like the bedroom on the other side, it's totally distinct from the original brick house. It's about 6 feet lower. It lacks a brick coping. The stucco is a totally different texture, and the window is a horizontal divided light window. Here are a few more photos. The last building to consider is the second garage added to the northeast, which we believe was built in the 40s. It is also low and distinct from the original. And like the other shed, it lacks foundation and waterproofing and is performing a retaining function. So it's in bad shape structurally. The last site element is the site walls. There's a west and east and a south wall. The primary reading of the site is the south wall. And this may be as old as the original building. We see it in the earliest photographs of the site. The other walls were added maybe in the 20s, we're not totally sure. These are much lower to the ground and retaining much less earth. So to kind of wrap up the presentation of the different parts, the primary goal of our project will be to restore and celebrate the unique original brick house. The additions and outbuildings added later may be old, but their character is so distinct as to detract from the historic integrity of the original house. And in several cases, they are too degraded to occupy safely. Based on this research and analysis, we propose that the original brick house be designated significant and the distinct outbuildings and additions be named non-contributing. In case it's useful, we included some site elevations. So here is the original brick house visible from the south. The east elevation showing the two garages. The north elevation showing everything tucked behind the original brick house. And the west showing the shed on the left and the 50s, 70s bedroom addition. And a few things we hope to discuss with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the applicant? You'll have to be sworn in if you wish to speak.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Brandon Gable. My address is 1002 Calle Largo. And
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I swear.
Thank you.
I am the son of the prior owner. My grandmother owned this property in early 1930s. So it's been under continuous family ownership since the early 1930s. Basically, I'm amazed at what the research they just found out, especially pre-1930s. I was unaware of some of those photos, or actually their drawings, I guess. We sold this property to the Fegalis. We knew they were going to be stewards of this property. We have tried to be stewards of it ourselves. My mother, my grandmother was a single woman taking care of her mother and living off the rents from this building. Needless to say that there was deferred maintenance. I got involved as the maintenance guy around 2002. So there was a lot of things that really were overwhelmed. So we've tried our best to keep the place together. And when we came time to sort of give up, we wanted to find somebody who really cared for this place and was willing to buy it. And the Bengalis living right next door, overlooking the building, struck a chord. We became friends with them, and they were sold directly to them without throwing this out to the highest bidder. So this house, I think, has got a new set of stewards that will definitely want to care for. I can speak to some of the historical details, but really, having only been born in 1971, and my grandmother, who would be 126 years old now if she was still alive, was really the one who could answer a lot of these questions. But she passed away in 1999. So I didn't get involved until 2002. So there's a period of time when my mother and father were dealing with this building as best that they could. And then I came in and started doing some maintenance and just keeping the tenants happy as best we could. The addition, referring to 116, those facades, that could have been put on during the housing crisis of World War II. Might have been as late as the 50s or 70s. Those facts aren't really known to me exactly. But it is constructed out of cinder block. And it was poorly built, quickly built to enlarge unit number 1, the east unit, so that there was an actual bed. There had been a Murphy bed arrangement. Didn't work. This is family lore stuff I'm kind of sharing with you. So
in the interest of time, might have to cut short the family lore. Is there anything specifically about?
I'll try to.
And really, we're in public comment at this point. It sounds like
okay.
More than
I will stick to the 2-minute window as best I can.
Yeah, if you could just wrap up with just any further information you think would be important for the board to know, just for purposes of status.
Yeah, the mentioned out additions and out buildings are not in good shape. There's was evidence of a coal shed because that building had coal on the floor. There was a coal chute in the back that was abandoned, and they've never been used. That shed has never been used as a habitable building, and since we've owned it, since our family's owned it, the garages have always been in pretty grim shape. Attempts to patch the roof, so forth, they've not held up well over the years because of the fact they were never built properly. And they've also caused some issues with the lot properly draining. The way the water probably used to move around the building was sort of redirected by those additions to cause some sort of historic flooding issues.
Well, thank you for that. And we'll address that further, I'm sure, in the future when we're dealing with issues to come. Is there, back to the applicant for a moment, did you have any position on the 3 retaining walls that staff has recommended be designated as contributing?
I think our position is the southmost one you can see in this photo is contributing, if not significant. The other 2 are so low to the ground and basically invisible as to not seem overly significant to us. So probably non-contributing would be our request.
Okay, thank you for that.
Stone walls is whatever is done in.
Thank you. Do members of the board have any questions for the applicant? No? No. Okay, members of the public wishing to speak, please come to the podium. And please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Stephanie Beninato. I've been sworn. So I think this is a beautiful building and it definitely should be considered significant. I think that all the other structures, including the additions that may have been used as part of the building, are distinct. They are historic. And I think keep saying that, well, they weren't part of the original, but they are all historic, especially if the small one by the shed was put on in maybe in the 50s. But I would not consider them significant. I would say that you should have the main house as significant. The additions possibly on the, I'm going to say east side or to the back of the house, the sort of different, I'm sorry, different stucco. It's very distinct. It has that red line around it in the photograph. That should be, I believe, contributing. I don't believe the shed should be anything. I think it should be non-contributing. And I do believe that the rock walls should all be contributing, whether they're low or high, they're there, they're significant, they're a part of the property, and I think they should be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Seeing no hands raised, I will bring it back to the board. Just keep in mind that we have to designate the residential structure, the shed, the garage, and the 3 retaining walls. Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenue. I have a question for staff actually, because I don't think I've run into this before. Are we able to only designate a portion of the primary structure, let's say as significant? Like if we wanted to, for instance, the 1 in 16 edition, designate that as contributing, but the primary residence as significant, can we break it up? Is that allowed?
Member Aguilar Medrano, members of the board, I know on a previous case that you can exclude that portion of the significant area, still name it significant with all sides, with the portion being excluded from the primary facade.
Okay, so in a motion, we would probably just, I guess, refer to these facade numbers for the exclusion would probably be the most clear.
Yes,
way.
Member Medrano.
Okay, thank you.
Director Lamboy.
Thank you, Chair. I would just think I would like to request the board to 4 different motions, just so it's abundantly clear to the applicant what the status is of each.
Okay, we can do that. Let's begin with the residential structure. Is there a motion? Is that a hand raised, Member Aguilar Medrano, or no? You're thinking about whether to raise your hand? Oh, Member Beachside?
Yeah, I can try that. For the 4 motions, just to be clear, the 4 motions are for the main house, which includes one of the garages. Is that correct?
No.
One of the garages has been converted to
Yes,
a bedroom. Yeah.
I
And
believe
then
it is.
the garage, and then the shed, and the yard walls. Okay. All right. So, I appreciate the context in which this was presented, and think the applicants make a strong case for the primary preservation objective being the currently significant main structure. So I'll make a motion with respect to the main house in case number 2025-01-0763 HDRB at 515 Paseo de Peralta, that we retain the significant designation for the main house, excluding facades number 16(1) and 2 to exclude the added northwest bedroom addition, and also excluding facades number 4, 5, and 6, which excludes the garage addition on that, sorry, what is that? West, but south, north facade, sorry. And designating the significant structure as, should I read off the facade numbers? I can do that.
No, well, I don't think that's necessary. It's all the facades of the main structure other than the ones you just excluded. Right?
All except for 16(1), 2, 4, 5, and 6.
I think that's clear. Is there a second to the motion?
Aguilar Madrano will second.
Is there further discussion? A roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Dagnan,
Yes.
Member Beachhead.
Yes.
The motion has passed.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the next item to be addressed is the shed.
I can do that.
Please proceed. Member Beachhead.
Yeah. In case number 2025-010763 HDRB at 515 Paseo de Peralta, I move to designate the shed as non-contributing, noting that it does not meet the criteria of a high level of integrity. And it does not require the identification of primary facades.
Is there a second?
Either will second.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachhead,
Yes.
Member Dagnan,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
No.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you for that. Next is the garage.
In same case number 2025-010763 HDRB at 515 Paseo de Peralta, I move to designate the garage structure identified by facades G1 through G4 as non-contributing, noting that it also does not retain a high level of integrity.
Dagnan, second.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Dagnan,
Yes.
Member Beachhead.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you. And then we have the 3 retaining walls, which you don't have to designate the same, but we could address them in one motion.
Okay. In case number 2025-010763 HDRB at 515 Paseo de Peralta, I move to designate the south, the entire south retaining wall, including the entry steps, as contributing. I don't believe we can designate a wall as significant, although I would support that if that's possible. And to not status the other retaining walls as they're sort of part of the landscaping and or unless they're not considered that. Maybe they are, the retaining walls. I'll just designate them as non-contributing. Sorry.
Is there a second?
Dagnan.
Kind of
Discussion, yes.
I would love to
Aguilar
hear staff's answer, because my preference would be to designate the wall and the entry steps as significant if that's within our purview.
Chair Bienvenue, Member Aguilar Madrano, it has been the practice of this board to designate walls and fences as contributing without designating them as significant, but that is a practice. It is up to the pleasure of the board as to how you want to designate it.
I guess based on that, if it's all right, I'd like to amend the motion to designate that wall and entry steps as significant.
Second to the amendment. Dagnan.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second as amended. Is there further discussion on the amended motion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachhead,
Yes.
Member Dagnan,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that takes care of everything that was presented to the board. Thank you for your appearances. I know we'll see you again. Next item on the agenda. Item C, 2020, B. I was going to skip Apodaca Hill after trying to get it too soon. So item B, 2025-010764 HDRB 438 Apodaca Hill. This is again, Senior Planner Romero's case.
Thank you, Chair Benvenu, members of the board. If you could just give me a few moments to get our technology back up, and I will be with you shortly.
Okay. We'll be here.
Member Benvenu, members of the board, would you like for me to wait for Member Mather to return, or do you want me to get started?
We still have a quorum, so I would go ahead and start.
This is for 2025-010764 HDRB at 438 Apodaca Hill. And that is in the downtown and Eastside Historic District. The applicant requests to construct a 260 square foot freestanding carport to a height of 11 feet 6 inches, where the maximum allowable height is 13 feet 9 inches. You can see here in the site plan that the carport is at the very entry of the property. The freestanding carport will be built in a Spanish Pueblo revival style. The carport will be open on all sides. Beams and posts will be stained in a Cabot natural, and parapets will be stuccoed in La Habra Alamo. And here are colors for you to visual see the natural of the wood and the La Habra stucco. This is a very simple project. Staff recommends the approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, any questions for staff? Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenue. Amanda, on the photo of the carport site looking west, there's some sort of existing shed there. Is that the same color of stain that the applicant's proposing for the carport?
It did look very similar to me on site as well as the cut sheet. So I do believe it's similar. You might want to ask the applicant, but I do believe it's, if not the same, very similar.
Okay, do you have any idea when that structure was built? I realize it could have been restained more recently.
Yeah,
but-
I do not have record.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Arbella Marjano.
You, there are no further questions from or for staff. I'll ask the applicant to step forward and be sworn in.
Hello, will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Jeff Sears, 122 Lorenzo Road.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. If there's any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Okay. Do any members of the board have questions for the applicant? It appears not. Members of the public who wish to comment on this proposal, please step forward. I see none. In that case, I will return this matter to the board for a motion. Member Degan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that item 2025-010-764 HDRB at 438 Apodaca Hill be approved for a freestanding carport to the height of 11.6, where the maximum allowable is 13.9.
Each side seconds.
We have a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Beechide?
Yes.
Member Degnan?
Yes.
Member Mather?
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano?
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you. Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, and sorry to have dragged this out. So
Okay, moving on to item C under new business, case 2025-010-493 HDRB at 626 Canyon Road. Once again, Senior Planner Romero, this is your case.
Thank you, Chair Benvenu and members of the board. Well, we're waiting for the slide to pull up. I just want to reiterate Chair Benvenu's statement of 2025-010-493 HDRB at 626 Canyon Road. And that's part of the Downtown and Eastside Historic District. This application is to construct a 290 square foot addition to the height of 12 feet, where the maximum allowable height is 14 feet 9 inches, and reconfigure the existing pergola to 175 square feet to the height of 9 feet 9 inches. And you can see on this site plan, all the work that's proposed to be done is going to be on the east elevation. Here is a current photo of the east elevation, or a section of the east elevation. And here is the other section of the east elevation. And below the trees here, you can see where the existing pergola is. And that will basically be in the same spot. It'll just be reconfigured a little bit to the left. I wanted to make a note in your packets. The west, the elevation shown here is shown west in your packet, but it's actually the east elevation is where the construction is going to be taken place. And this is a non-primary elevation statused by this board. The exterior finish will be abique, and the windows and doors and trim will be dark bronze. It was recognized in the last hearing for status that a A few windows were replaced without board approval, and some tiles from the front yard wall have been removed prior to the status. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the board have questions for staff? No. Thank you. Would the applicant please step forward and be sworn in?
Will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Richard Martinez, Architecture Studio, P.O. Box 925, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, he's been sworn.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. You have the floor.
Yes, the owner could not be here tonight, and he was planning to talk on Zoom, but he sent me a message that he would like me to read. This is a message to the board from Ross Boyd, the owner of the property. I would like to begin by sharing how excited we are about the opportunity to be a part of the Canyon Road community. We have made new friends on every side of the house, whether it's Estefan Rios, who owns the Desert Moss vintage store behind us and who looks after our house when we're gone, or Stu Dixon at the Canyon Cafe across the street. We enjoy being able to take walks, the peaceful courtyard, or sitting on the front patio on Canyon Road, just to name a few things. While we recognize the importance of preserving the exterior integrity of the house as much as possible and its unique Basingalupa history, Brooke has made friends with Mr. B's heirs who have recently visited the house. We have lots of family friends who love to come visit. They all have small children. So with Richard's help, this bathroom and living room additions will really help us when entertaining family and friends. As it currently stands, we have a second bathroom only for the guests, only for one guest room, and it does get chaotic with the parents and children being on top of one another for showering, etc. Having stated the above, Brooke and I kindly ask for the Historic Board's cooperation so we can continue to enjoy what we feel is one of the most unique and special places anywhere for many years to come. We are planning to add 290 square feet to make the living room a little bit larger, and to add a bathroom and a closet to one of the guest rooms. These additions will be in the courtyard, away from Canyon Road, not visible at all from any public way. The only visible element that we're planning is that we're going to take the front door and install it with the hinges on the other side, the same door, but open in rather than out, because the front door now opens out. The pergola off the kitchen, which now has a post in a very awkward place, means that it's impossible to have like a table underneath it with chairs and things like that. So we would like to do that as well. Stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the board have questions for the applicant? None. Okay, members of the public who wish to speak to this application, please step forward. I see none. Okay, comes back to the board then for a motion. Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
You, Chair Bienvenue. In case number 2025-010493-HDRB at 626 Canyon Road, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Is there a second?
Neither will second.
you very much. Any further discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
Member Degnan.
Yes.
Member Beechide.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you. Your application is approved and good luck.
Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you. Your night is done. Next item on the agenda is item D, 2025-010-693 HDRB at 516 and 516.5 Alto Street. This is Senior Planner Duran's case.
Sorry, his presentation's not working. He's gonna bring his computer.
Good evening, Chair Bienvenue, members of the board. Thank you for your patience with staff and thank you for being here. Thank you all from the public for being here. In case 2025010869 HDRB in 516 and 516.5 Alto Street. The single family residence is listed as contributing to the West Side Guadalupe Historic District with the north elevations designated as the primary facades. Now, the Santa Fe County tax parcel information identifies the structure was built in AD 1710 on a 0.25 acre parcel with 2,934 square feet of roofed area. It is noted that a 280 square foot flat roofed carport was constructed in 1935 and a 320 square foot detached garage was built in 1953. The structure speaks to a combination of Spanish Pueblo, territorial, and New Mexico vernacular design styles, as seen by the one-story adobe structures constructed with hipped, corrugated metal roofs, mud plaster walls, and rectangular floor plans with a simple porch along the streetscape. In Mr. John Murphy's 2025 Historic Cultural Property Inventory, HCPI survey form, addresses the 1996 Historic Districts Review Board changes to what is known today as 516 and 516 1/2 Alto Street. The changes included wholesale replacement of doors and windows, a glazed corridor connecting the two structures, new front porch, and replacement of the roof. Mr. Murphy discusses in detail prior to the renovation and connecting the structures, the independent structures comprised of small residential adobe structures with hipped and flat roofs. In Mr. Murphy's final evaluation, he recommended the main structure maintain a contributing status with the north elevation designated as primary and the standalone garage retain its contributing status with the east elevation designated as primary. Staff is in agreement with Mr. Murphy's assessment. So as we look, here is the 1990s floor plan that was approved with the renovations on this property. Now, as we look at 516, this is a street facing facade on the north facade that faces Alto Street. Here is 516 and 1/2 Alto Street, which faces Alto Street to the north. So these two facades would be the north primary facades that staff is recommending. Here is the glazed corridor, which combines the two structures together. Now, here is the east facade, which is elongated along the private driveway off of Alto Street. Here is a view from the south facing north of the two south facades in the glazed area, which encompasses this beautiful courtyard. Here is the glazed work and the roofing, which is pretty immaculate. And then we have the standalone garage, and Mr. Murphy describes this as the most original structure on the property. It has the original garage doors, carriage doors, and holds the most integrity as well. And he's recommending, as well as staff, the east facade, which the carriage garage doors, as the primary facade with contributing status. So here is staff's primary facade diagram. And in this proposed facade diagram, to illustrate that the north 516 and 516.5 Alto Street, those north elevations be the primary facades, as well as on that garage structure with the carriage doors be the carriage doors on that east elevation be the primary facade. And with that, staff recommends the historic status of the main residential structure be maintained as contributing and the north elevation be designated as primary, identified in the proposed facade diagram as numbers 1 and 2, and the standalone garage retain its contributing status with the east elevation designated as primary, identified in the proposed facade diagram as number 1 per 14-5.2C, designation of significant contributing and non-contributing status with historic districts, within the historic districts. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you for your presentation and the thorough report. Do members of the board have questions for staff? Yes, Member Beachside.
Just one, thank you. Paul, in your recommendation for the garage, are you including the carport structure as part of facade 1?
Chair Bienvenue, Member Beachside, great question. Staff is not recommending the carport, just the structure.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from board? Okay, we'll open the floor to the applicant. If the applicant wishes to step forward and be sworn in.
Will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Mark Nacton, 1523 Towle Street.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, Chair. He's been sworn in.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. You have the floor.
Agreed with the choice of the primaries. We are hoping to do some work to the building, and one thing that wasn't really noted, and it really doesn't affect this, was just that there has been quite a bit of change over the years to this building, some as early as the 90s. So just keep that in mind in your decision making. Otherwise,
In agreement. Okay, thank you for that. Members of the board, do you have questions for the applicant? None. Members from the public who wish to speak to this application, please step forward. Please state your name, but you've been sworn.
Stephanie Beninato. I'm happy that no one's recommending that it be downgraded because of the approval by the board of changes in the 1990s, because that would mean that the board approved changes that would impair its status. However, I don't really agree that the north facades on the main house should be primary. I think the one on the east side is much more character defining. I think it's the east side than either of those north entries. Other than that, I appreciate that. Again, it's going to be maintained. Both structures are going to be maintained as contributing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none, I will return to the board for a motion or discussion. I think I saw member Beachide's hand first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case number 2025-01-0693 HDRB at 516 and 516.5 Alto Street, I move to designate, retain the contributing status of the main structure, designating the north facades numbers 1 and 2 as primary, and to designate the garage as contributing with the east facade designated as primary, excluding the carport, and noting that the original garage doors are character defining.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Aguilar Madrano will second. I'd like to propose a friendly amendment.
Please proceed.
On the primary residential structure, I would propose that the doors and windows are excluded, which staff stated have been replaced.
Yes, thank you for that.
That friendly amendment is accepted. There is a motion and a second with a friendly amendment. Is there further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Beechey.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Moving on to item E, 2025-010695 HDRB at 549 1/2 Agua Fria Street. This is also Senior Planner Duran's case.
Chair Bienvenu, members of the board, when you read that case number, on my case number is 010870.
Okay, well, I'm reading from the agenda. Let's see what, you're right, that the staff report has a different number. So the number on the agenda is not the same as the number on the staff report. So
I noticed that on the last case, a member Beeshide's motion.
Oh, let's
she
see.
motioned
Happened to
a different number than what I had. My
869.
I also reading from the agenda.
Okay, that was also had two different numbers. Yes. Let's see about the case number C was 9. That one did have the right number. So how does this affect the proceedings that have already transpired?
Member Bienvenu, in previous discussions we've had with the staff and my boss, Ms. McSherry, that the fact that the number is incorrect doesn't have any bearing under the Open Meetings Act, so long as the address is correct, the historic district and the status of the structure, and if exceptions are requested, if exceptions are noted.
I'm glad to hear that. So I'm not sure which number was used in the last case, but we have a common address. So I'm sure that will be able to be straightened out. So what number should we proceed under for the current case? The case number in the staff report or the number in the agenda?
Chair Bienvenu, members of the board, would it be the pleasure of the board to use the one on the staff report? These captions, now, if I understand this correctly, from my understanding, that they were created when they were supposed to go the month before. However, I never got these numbers when they were created from individual who created them. So I created new numbers, not knowing that these old numbers were created at last month. I created these, that's why they're on my staff report. However, when they were creating the captions, they used different numbers. For some odd reason, that's a staff error.
Yeah.
And I'll hold on to own that one. But now that makes sense. Why?
So I can,
These
yeah,
are
I
incorrect.
can see why something like this could happen. I guess I'm just wondering what's the best way to proceed from the attorney's perspective. Which number should we go by, the agenda or the staff report? I would assume the agenda, but I'll leave it up to you.
Well, Chair Bienvenue, I think that would be up to the staff to decide.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So which number do you want to proceed under? Yeah, the staff report, it sounds like.
Chair Bienvenue, members of the board, it would be my staff number.
Okay,
would
so
be
I'm
the correct
gonna,
number to this case.
so I'm gonna revise the case that I called to 2025-010870 HDRB at 549 1/2 Agua Fria.
Sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The single-family residence at 549 1/2 Agua Fria Street is listed as not surveyed in the West Side Guadalupe Historic District. The Santa Fe County tax parcel information on the property describes the main dwelling and garage at 549 Agua Fria Street were built in 1867. Mr. Murphy's 2025 Historic Cultural Property Inventory Survey Report identifies the main structure and garage as being built in the 1920s. However, Mr. Murphy shares that the adobe garage was converted into a small cottage in the 1940s with additions in the 1960s. The current structure at 549 1/2 Agua Fria Street is described as a modest Pueblo Revival style building comprised of approximately 1,000 square feet of roofed area, constructed from adobe block material and stuccoed over. The structure has recently received a wholesale window and door replacement, construction of the south elevation garden wall, and a new roof. Given the subject's property's location, it was most likely never considered during previous historic assessments in the 1980s and 1990s. It is important to note that 549 Agua Fria Street is designated as a significant structure to the West Side Guadalupe Historic District. And here would be the original plat map that was constructed, these rectangular linear parcels extending down to the Santa Fe River. So this property is off the beaten path of Alto Street. It's tucked in there behind 549 Agua Fria Street. And the first thing you see when you get there is a beautifully defined river rock wall. So as you get to this structure, and Mr. Murphy's report states, this rock structure was established in the 2000s. However, the original structure within itself, as you can see, has had replacement windows and doors on that south elevation, but that south elevation being the most publicly visible has the most character defining elements to be the primary facade, in which staff recommends this facade being the primary. Now, throughout the structure, many of the additions are seen in the 1958 and 1960s aerials that they were established. However, the windows and doors have now since been replaced, as we see here. Now, in the 1930s Sanborn map, you can see that the garage was a built adobe structure behind the main residential house. In 1969, and I believe Mr. Murphy provides a very good aerial showing the development and character of the structure's footprint as we see it today. So in staff's review of this property, staff recommends that the structure the historic status of the structure be upgraded to contributing and designate the south elevation as the primary facade identified as number 1 on the proposed facade diagram, exclusive of non-historic windows, per 14-5.2C designation of significant contributing or non-contributing status within the historic districts. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you. Do members of the board have questions for staff? None. Applicant can step forward and be sworn in.
Hi. Are you both going to be speaking?
Say it again. What?
Are you both going to be speaking?
I didn't.
Are you both going to be speaking, you and, or just you?
Oh, Eric.
Okay, just checking. Please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record.
Robert Krieger, 3068 Plaza Blanca.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you. Chair, he's been sworn in.
Very much. And good evening. Would you like to add anything to the staff's report or inform the board as to anything with regard to your application?
My clients and I agree with the report.
Okay, thank you for that. Do any members of the board have questions for the applicant? And if she'd like to address the board, then I'll just ask you to be sworn in as well.
Please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Thank you. Please
Just want to say
proceed.
that I agree, and I've really enjoyed finding out more about this building. That I agree with everything, Mr. Duran.
Great, thank you. It's a lovely property. Questions? None. Members of the public who wish to address this application may step forward. I see no one. Okay. Board, what's your pleasure? Motion? It's like we have hand raised by member Beachside. You have the floor.
Thank you. In case number 2025-010870, HDRB at 549 and a half Aquafria Street, I move to designate the house as contributing with the south facade as primary, excluding the non-historic windows. And I guess I would also, at this opportunity, just designate the yard wall, which is not historic, as non-contributing.
Again,
Is there a
second.
Okay, thank you, member Degnan. Is there any further discussion? No. Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
Member Degnan.
Yes.
Member Beechey.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for the application. It's approved. Thank you, Paul. Moving on to item F, 2025-010839 HDRB at 433 Calle La Paz. Senior Planner McCauley.
Good evening. This is case 2025-10839 HDRB for 433 Calle La Paz for a status review and primary facade designation. The property is located just north of Acequia Madre on the east side of the road, with the front of the lot facing Calle La Paz and the rear of the lot facing Camino Manzano. The area that consists of Calle La Paz was an apple orchard in the 1920s. The properties in the area were developed with larger lots, heterogeneous designs, and houses that, for the most part, did not face the street. The addresses were Acequia Madre until 1938, when they were changed to Calle La Paz and Camino Manzano. Calle La Paz is a dirt road lined with yard walls and wood and wire fencing ranging from 3 feet to 6 feet in height at the edge of the road. The houses are set back from the road from 5 to 10 feet on average. Most of the streetscape is Spanish Pueblo Revival style and a few territorial style homes. Of the 8 properties on the street, only 2 have freestanding street-facing garages. All of the properties back up along Camino Manzano. Camino Manzano is also a dirt road lined with yard walls and wood fencing. However, the street also has several structures that sit at the side of the road with no setbacks. The view of the properties on Calle La Paz from the Camino Manzano side consists of the rear of homes and backyard walls, fences, and gates. This area, which also includes Josiah Lane and San Antonio Street, represents the first suburban style development in the east side. Consistent setbacks, lot sizes, and relationship to the street are defining features of early suburbs that were woven into the historic context. Previously, the urban design was more defined by access to acequias and long, narrow lots to provide space for orchards or agriculture. The 0.16 acre lot at 433 Calle La Paz was originally owned by Frank Hudson until 1960, when it became a rental unit. It was being leased by Robert Nydorf when he purchased it in 1972. While Mr. Nydorf passed in 1988, his wife remained in the home until 2000, when she sold it to Lee Dirks. Mr. Dirks recently sold the property to its current owner. The property contains a main residence, a guest house, and a freestanding single vehicle garage with yard walls along each street and some wood fencing. The 1,300 square foot single family residence is listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The original portion of the home was constructed in adobe sometime between 1912 and 1930, with 4 subsequent additions, all of which were constructed before 1970. The residence is a vernacular interpretation of territorial style with Pueblo Revival influence in the additions to the historic footprint. The roof heights vary, with most having a brick cornice, which was installed in 2001. The main entrance of the residence faces north and is covered by a portal that is off-center from the elevation due to one of the additions. The recent brick floor of the portal is several feet above ground level, and the roof is supported by wood posts set on concrete pier blocks. Oops. I went too far. The residence retains its original fenestrations with mostly 2/1 wood windows, except for 1 6/1 wood clad and 1 1/1 vinyl window. The doors are wood except for 1 metal door. The residence is stuccoed in cement stucco in buckskin. Character defining elements of the main residence include the original core, original fenestration openings fitted with 2/1 wood windows and the brick cornice. The applicant provided a window assessment of the windows and doors throughout the residence. There is a combination of historic and non-historic windows and doors in various stages of wear. There is a single case on file for the property from 2001. Case H01-126 was approved for replacing windows, a glass door, adding a new window on the south and east elevations, raising the roof of the kitchen, and installation of coping to match the existing. They also installed an outside stair to the basement on the east elevation of the main house and replaced the French doors on the south elevation of the guest house. The staff report of the case indicates that the south and east facades of the main residence are not primary, but does not clarify which facade is designated as the primary. This is why the primary facade designation of the main residence is being requested at this time. The 564 square foot casita is listed as non-contributing to the historic district. It was constructed in the early 1980s with frame construction that seems to encompass an older structure on its south end. The casita is a vernacular style with a passive solar design consisting of south-facing clear-story windows and interior brick floors. The main entrance faces west and has a metal panel door and sash windows. The south houses French doors and a sash window, and the upper level has the clear-story windows. The east facade contains wood windows, and the north facade has no openings. According to the window assessment, all windows are non-historic from 1987 to 2015. The applicant is requesting status confirmation on the casita. Staff notes that the casita is under 50 years of age and is not yet eligible for contributing status. Therefore, the casita should be considered as non-contributing until it reaches historic age. The 264 square foot west-facing garage was constructed before 1958 of hollow clay tile blocks in Spanish Pueblo Revival style. The roof has been modified with a flat roof with plywood overhang. The vehicle door is a double chevron wood overhead door in a natural color with blue trim surround that matches the blue of the roof overhang. There's a metal light fixture to the south of the door. The south facade holds a non-original 1990 wood pedestrian door, painted red, and an 8-light sash window turned on its side. The window assessment shows this window as a non-historic 1987 window. The north facade has no openings. The garage is a good example of this type of construction and design. The applicant is requesting status with primary facade designation, if applicable, for the garage. The garage is over 50 years of age and is one of 2 unique garages facing Cayo La Paz. There are 70-inch tall yard walls along both Cayo La Paz and Camino Manzano, which were constructed after 1983. In the 1983 survey photo, a much lower wall was in front of the residence, which was raised in height by 1991, as is illustrated in that survey photo. The west wall contains an arched gate opening that reaches 90 inches and holds a wooden gate. To the south is a 72-inch wood plank fence. The yard wall on Camino Manzano starts at the south corner of the lot and runs to the edge of the guest house. Closer to the guest house is a wooden pedestrian gate topped with a header. At the south end of the guest house starts a 72-inch plank fence that runs for about 5 to 10 feet before ending in a wire fence that is damaged by the overgrown foliage that clings to it. The applicant is requesting the status for each of the yard walls. Due to the age, neither wall is historic and does not qualify for status. Therefore, at this time, they should be considered non-contributing until they reach historic age. Staff recommends the historic status of the main residential structure be maintained as contributing, with the north facade, or R1 on the map, which retains its original structure and design, be designated as a primary facade. The garage be designated as contributing, with the west, or G4, as the primary facade, and the guest house and yard walls be designated as non-contributing due to their age per section 14-5.2C designation of significant contributing, non-contributing status within historic districts. I stand for questions.
Thank you. I'd just like you to address the west wall, or the west facade rather, of the primary residence. It seems that you indicated that the south and the east were mentioned as not being primary in the past, which implies that both the north and the west have been considered primary. Secondly, the west elevation was noted in the HICP as the oldest portion of the house. And it's quite visible from the street. It's by far the most visible portion of the house from the street. And it seems to retain at least one, if not two, historic windows. Is there any reason why you're not recommending that that be primary as well? Or would you agree that that could be also considered primary?
Okay, the 2001 case did not actually mention either the north or the east or west facades at all. So there was no indication which was considered primary or if both were. In discussing it on site with Mr. Martinez, we both agreed that it's very possible that both were intended to be primary, but we were unsure.
So I guess I'm still wondering why you wouldn't recommend the very prominent west facade that's the oldest portion of the house and seems to have been considered primary in the past to retain or to be designated formally tonight as also primary.
I think the reason I didn't do that is just trying to limit the number of primary facades.
Yeah. Okay. Questions from the board or staff? No? Applicant may step forward. You've already been sworn. You have the floor.
In general, we agree with the recommendations of the staff. Perhaps the reason why staff only recommended the north elevation, not the west elevation, is because John Murphy in the historic report says the primary house is designated as a contributing structure, and its most important facade is the front north-facing elevation, which has been the least affected by additions and clearly communicates the building's original and historic character. Character-defining features of this facade include its original horizontal massing, window openings that containing older 2/1 wood sash windows and brick cornice. Perhaps because that is where the front door is, and it is character defining the house. Maybe that's the reason why John Murphy recommended only that facade as being primary facade for the main house. I want to mention a couple of things. Non-contributing elements of that facade should not be included in the designation. It's primary. The portal in front of the house is in a different style of the house behind and was possibly added later. The wood columns and the beams on the portal have been painted, and the paint possibly hides damage to the wooden elements there. I may want to replace those because restoration may not be possible. I don't have no idea. But I did notice on the recommended elevations a primary facade, it did not include this portal. So I just want to make sure that the portal is not included in that primary facade designation. Also, you can see on this elevation that the window that is next to the door is non-historic, And according to the report, the window report from Ray Patterson, it is not. I would like to make this window similar to the historic windows on this facade on either side. But that would mean changing the opening, making the opening larger. And so I would like to make sure that that window is excluded as well, because it is a blemish on this beautiful facade. Also, it's too bad that the primary facade designation precludes the idea of expanding the portal to be symmetrical with the house behind. As you notice that the portal is only like 2/3 of the house behind it. And also the facade that is designated as primary by the staff includes that little portion of the lowered elevation. That space was, I think, was a bathroom addition to the main house and does not have the same details as the facade of the house. Also, if that little portion is designated as primary, because we cannot do any additions or any element, new parts within 10 feet of that, that would mean that it would affect the idea of doing any sort of portal or anything on the backyard of the house, off the kitchen. So I would like that also to be excluded from the primary elevation of the house, which end at the corner, which has the brick cornice on it. We agree with the contributing designation and the primary facade recommendation with the garage. We agree with the staff recommendation for the yard walls, and we agree with the staff designation for the guest house. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Director Lamboy.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenue. Just want to make a couple of clarifications and points. So when I was out at the site visit today, I walked around the building to the south elevation of the building. I've done some research and there was never an approval for window replacement on that south elevation that was done recently. And the approval that was received in 2001 had a different mutton pattern than what has been replaced. So there's still disturbed stucco around the windows. There was that one that is closest to La Paz, and then there's another one that's further in. What's problematic about this illegal window replacement is that there are also building code standards that do apply, and which have to do with fire rating, because it's not 5 feet step back from the property line. So I want to alert Mr. Martinez that this issue will come up when building permit is being sought. Also, I would just like to respectfully request that the applicant not talk about what is being planned as a basis for designating primary facades, but whether the finishes or features were historic, then that's it.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that, yeah.
I understand what you're saying about the window replacement. I believe that's true. We had nothing to do with it. The owner bought the house. Yeah.
Yes, Member Degnan, did you have a
Am I allowed
floor?
to speak?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These comments about the recommended primary facade and Mr. Martinez's wishes or professional approaches to addressing, for example, the portal not expanding across the front of the building. With changes like that, doesn't that alter the facade that we're designating?
Chair Bienvenue, member Agnon, that would alter the primary facade significantly if there was no proof that there was portal there that was much longer.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I understood the comments from the applicant's representative to be directed at just excluding certain features because they were not character defining from the or non-historic from the facade designations. I would just comment that it seems like you're excluding an awful lot for the argument that that's should be the only facade that's designated primary. So I would just circle back to that the importance in my mind of the west facade, which is facing the street. It's said on page 8 of the Murphy's report, it contains the oldest portions of the house. And it looks like some historic windows that would not be protected if it was not a primary facade. So especially if we're taking away a great deal of the front entry as being character defining, it seems to me it would be extremely important to protect those two facades. But those are just my thoughts. I'm not the maker of the motion. Do any other members of the board have questions or comments for the applicant? Yes.
The recommendation that I made for excluding parts of the primary facade, we're not excluding any of the mention of what the historian mentions as the character defining elements of that facade. The coping, the windows, door, things like that. So.
Anything further for the applicant? No. Members of the public that wish to address this application, please step forward.
Excuse me. Stephanie Beninato. I found it, and I'm happy that Miss Lamboy brought it up about talking about what you want to do, because as a professional architect who's appeared in front of this board numerous times, Mr. Martinez should know that he shouldn't be talking about what he wants to do. I would support the idea not only of having both the garage and the main houses contributing with the facades designated as primary, but also include the one that's street facing, that is said to be the oldest part with original windows. I think that's really important because that is publicly visible. And again, just important to be able to know that it will be preserved. I don't believe that the recommendation includes the portal, but you could be very clear that you're excluding the portal as part of that primary facade. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Nope. I'll return to the board for any further discussion or a motion. Anybody? Member Beachett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case number 2025-010839 HDRB at 433 Calle La Paz, I move to retain the contributing status of the main house with the north facade designated as primary, excluding the portal, which appears to be new based on the HCP report that refers to non-weathered wood and a new flooring and decking, excluding the side light, which is per the HCP likely not original, and excluding the addition on the eastern part of the north facade that is without the brick coping that's on the rest of the house. Designating the garage as contributing with the west facade as primary, and designating the guest house and the yard wall as non-contributing.
Is there a second?
Neither will second.
Is there further discussion? No? Roll call, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Beechide.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you, applicant. It's 8:15. I think we've been going, we have a number of cases left. I'm going to propose a 10-minute recess unless there's an objection. Seeing none, we are in recess for 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 20 after. 20 after 8.
It's one. That looks covered. I'd love them in place of the Supreme Court. What was his request? How does one go about doing that? How does she get that on? Gets one of us, basically. So is she asking one of us? Yeah, you wanna do that? Leaving. Definitely. So I was wondering how that works. But I didn't volunteer to do it. I know. I know. Well, that's right. That's what happens sometimes, doesn't it? Yeah, sometimes it happens. I agree. down in here. What's going on? There is secret getting all of the dots. Well, I'm just saying, am I getting all of the dots? I don't want to miss any. So like when I'm here, for example, back here, there were just two items. There was the staff report and the staff docs. Let's put that one. So I'm just want to make sure that I know how to call up everything. So, no, wait, so how do I? But they don't always, I mean. No, there they are, yeah. But basically, I just have to click on this and there's no other underneath manipulation. Yeah, okay. Okay, so how, let's say I want to go back to accept, I'm here. All right, and you're on something else. What's the fastest way to get to that? Just set the scroll. Yeah. Right. Yeah. But where do I go from checking the stat? Checking the tab? Hitting the scroll. Yeah. So put a 13 in here? Yeah. Okay, let me just see if that.
Your day?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go back on the record. It's 8:33. We're back on the record. Next case on the agenda is item G, 2025-01840 HDRB at 815 East Alameda Street, Unit 8. This is your planner McCoy's case.
Thank you. This is case 2025-10840 for 815 East Alameda Street, Unit 8. The property at 815 East Alameda is located across from the Santa Fe River Park, which is a passive recreational area. Across from the Santa Fe River is the residential sector of Alameda Street. The houses range in style, with the most prominent styles being Spanish Pueblo Revival and Territorial. While there are two-story buildings, the majority are still lower single-story buildings with an average height on the streetscape of 12 feet 5 inches. The street is lined with low yard walls with an average height of 54 inches. The yard walls are stuccoed concrete masonry units that are colored to match the corresponding building. The 0.89 acre property that houses the Zangria compound condominiums is addressed as 815 and 817 East Alameda. The property is part of a 3-phased development plan. Phases 1 and 2 are complete. Phase 3 is 0.38 acres, which is listed as 815 East Alameda, Unit 8. This request is for Phase 3 of the development plan. The area of the lot designated for 815 East Alameda, Unit 8 is currently a gravel parking area. The applicant came to the HDRB on June 10th of 2025 for approval of Phase 3 under case 2025-10490. The board approved the construction of a 2,204 square foot single-story residence with an 882 square foot portal to the maximum allowable height of 14 feet 5 inches. As part of this case, the HDRB denied the construction of a 6-foot high yard wall and installation of a 3-foot high weathered steel planter along the exterior of the yard wall and building wall on the east side of the lot. The applicant is returning with a new design for the yard wall. The applicant proposes to raise the height of the existing non-historic 2007 yard walls on the south property line to the maximum allowable height of 4'6" These currently range from 3 feet to 4 feet 9 inches. They propose to remove an existing wall section to install a 3-foot wide wood pedestrian gate, construct a circular coyote fence to 4 feet 6 inches around a newly planted fruit tree on the South Street facing property line. Construct a 4 foot 6 high yard wall along the east and west property lines to enclose the yard, and install a 3-foot wide pedestrian gate on that west yard wall. Stuccoing the yard wall in synthetic stucco from La Habra, colored in Adobe Viejo or Suffolk to match the new residence. The wood gates and frames will be natural wood with a semi-transparent medium to dark wood stain matching the woodwork of the portal. The gate hardware will be weathered steel. And then they plan to install exterior lighting, just a simple cube-shaped downlight sconce in black on the exterior of the courtyard walls at each gate. This is the proposed site plan, complete with the previously approved residence. And then zooming in, this is the area of work for the proposed yard wall. The applicant has corrected the location of the yard wall so that it is interior to the property line, which was part of the reasoning for the previous denial. The applicant has also lowered the height of the yard wall from the initial request for 6 feet to the maximum allowable height of 4'6" as recommended by the board in June. This fits better with the streetscape. The longest portion of the wall without a break or change is 23 feet. Staff recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2 general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. Stand for questions.
Thank you. Do any board members have questions? Yes, Member Beachside.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. One is just an interpretation for breaks and changes in the wall length. I think when walls are less than 4 feet and can be approved administratively, do you all require any sort of change or break in that length?
Chair Bienvenue, Member Beachside, that is a zoning standard in terms of the breaks and the changes, which applies throughout the city.
Okay, regardless of wall height.
Regardless of height.
Okay, thank you. And then with respect to the circular coyote fence, does that go behind the tree or is that in front of the tree along the street?
It goes behind the tree so that the tree is actually on the side of the street.
Okay, thank you.
You, Member Aguilar Madrono.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenue. Lanny, I believe in the last application, there were also some steel planters that were postponed or denied. Is that a part of this application at all, or what has happened to those planters?
The planters were actually denied at the last hearing, and they have chosen not to build them.
Okay, thank you.
You. Further from the board, the applicant may step forward and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
6 and Artemis.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you, Chair. He's been sworn in.
Thank you. Welcome and thank you for the redesign. What would you like to tell us?
Chair and members of the board, I'm just ready for questions.
Okay. Questions from the board for the applicant? Member Beachside.
I have a question about the pedestrian gate is a wood plank gate. Is that correct? Or is it a coyote fence gate?
It's a wood plank gate.
Okay. And then so there's a mix of elements. There's stucco, there's coyote fencing, and a wood plank gate. Is that just 3 things? Is that right?
That's correct. The coyote fence is existing. So that's not new.
The one that goes around the fruit tree
Sorry,
is existing.
it's there now.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
But yes, that's correct, those three elements.
Okay. And did you give any consideration to a pedestrian gate that's matches the coyote fencing? I find like a lot of elements, and also along Alameda, there's a property to the west that has quite a few different colors and styles included in a compound that, in my opinion, that is not very cohesive. And I'm just hoping that this doesn't add to that kind of disparity of elements on the street. So I'm wondering if you had considered the use of maybe just two materials, the coyote fencing and the stucco wall, and creating the pedestrian gate out of latias rather than the planks.
We didn't consider that actually. We could if it's really an issue, but that the tree that coyote fence is behind is the trunk is literally this wide.
Wow.
And you'll barely see that coyote fence.
Okay.
Going past this.
Yeah, I didn't, yeah.
The gate, the wood gate, and the wall would be the predominant elements that you'll see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Chair. Bienvenue. I had similar thoughts just about the materials and their overall design of this wall. It's a compound. So I think right now the wall is kind of, it's bookended by more territorial inspired, some more squared off corners with the brick coping. And then the inside of the wall goes towards a more curved radius, similar to I think what this house would be. So I understand that I think as the walls are now, they were trying to reflect the houses that stood behind it. But I think looking at this as a streetscape and the fact that it's a compound, this wall really should read as one uniform entrance into the compound. And I think there's an opportunity to improve that and make that happen. So like for example, one thought is on either side of the proposed gate really seems like those should be two pilasters with brick coping to match the rest of the wall. I would extend the brick coping along the whole front of the wall as it appears on either end. I would keep the light fixtures consistent because there are already light fixtures on one end of the wall. So again, having two different fixtures is just highlighting that these are different residences rather than this is one unified compound containing different units. And then, the stucco color. I think the wall currently is broken up into a couple different colors, and I would think that would need to be made one cohesive color with this renovation.
Thank you.
Can I respond?
Sure, please.
Going back to the original development plan that was done for this Sangria compound in the early 2000s, it was intended to have distinct looks. So that's why there is the territorial on the two sides and then a more Pueblo revival style in the center part of it. And, we're honestly trying to adhere to that original approved development plan, having the wall match the house, which is going to be Pueblo revival, not territorial. And my client, the property owner, actually likes the idea of having a different look in front of each of the structure. So that's our reasoning for doing it that way.
Any further questions? Member Bichai?
Yeah, just a comment, just to say that I appreciate Member Aguilar Medrano's comments. I agree completely with that assessment. It does change the streetscape, and it doesn't, although I understand what you're saying about matching the houses behind it, but for a compound and for this particular stretch, which is fairly close to another compound, it does distract more than it adds to the feeling of a consistent streetscape in my mind.
You? Any other comments? No? Okay. Yes, Member Aguilar Madrano.
Chair Bienvenu, I'm sorry, I did forget one comment I had. Unfortunately, I don't know that there's much we can do about it, but I was very disappointed to see that the apple tree is getting removed, which is I don't know from aerial photographs how old it is, but it's a pretty significant apple tree with a trunk, of about a foot in diameter. And I do see that you're replacing it, but it's going to get replaced with a tree that's probably 1.5 inches in diameter. So I really wish that there was a way, and perhaps you'd still be open to it, that the house could, be pushed back a little bit further to save that apple tree. I think along East Alameda, this area in general already has such an open feeling compared to other parts of Alameda, and removing the apple tree is just going to exacerbate that.
Well, we are going to replace it with a new tree, and yes, it's going to be a baby tree.
Yeah.
But it'll grow, and it's going to be a fruit tree also. So we're doing the best we can do. We did discuss reducing the footprint of the house and decided against it, and we'd prefer to just replace the tree.
Yeah. If it were up to me, this board would have purview over trees because they are historic and contribute significantly to the east side. So I would require that. I don't have the purview. It will take many, many decades for a tree to get back to the size of the one that's there now. So if there's any chance you guys would reconsider, I think it would be greatly beneficial to the streetscape.
Director Lamboy.
Thank you. I'd just like to add, Member Aguilar Madrano, we do have an ordinance relating significant trees and relating to significant trees in the city. And there, for each inch of caliper lost, that needs to be replaced. So, and I don't know how apple trees figure in terms of the significant tree approach, but that will be evaluated, just so that so it might not be just one tree that replaces it. It might be required to be more.
Thank you for that. All right, members of the public who wish to speak to this application, please step forward. Yes, ma'am.
Not yet. Will you please raise your right hand? State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes. My name's Elizabeth West, 318 Senna Street in the South Cap.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Amen.
This is kind of a general comment.
Sure.
Because I am really pleased that these people have brought back with some good ideas and movement towards stuff. Then I'm also really pleased to hear what the HBOARD in general is doing. And I don't call it a pushback, but there's a give and take here. And I'm just proud to be part of a town that has this happening a little bit. It's great. I do kind of agree about the apple tree because I think it would be a very creative design, but that's not what we're talking about today, is it? However, I think it could be a creative design if you gave room for the apple tree somehow. However, thank you very much for what you're doing. That's mostly my comment. It feels good. And thank you to the applicant for being willing to come back, and you've done a good job in making an attempt to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Benanato. Yes, I appreciate that the applicant came back and made significant changes. I do appreciate the comment about the gate being similar to the coyote fencing, not having too much material. And I actually agree with Member Aguilar Madrano's suggestions, comments to make it more uniform. Because even though I understand the intention of the owner and the architect, I think the streetscape, there are different considerations in terms of a streetscape and in a compound. And perhaps if the owner finds out they have to put in 8 trees as opposed to 1 tree, maybe they will decide to just go around the apple tree and keep that very large apple tree on the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? No. Coming back to the board for further discussion or a motion. Member Aguilar Medrano.
In case number 2025-010840-HDRB at 815 East Alameda Street, unit number 8, I move to approve the 4-foot 6-inch height of the wall with the conditions that the full segment of the wall from one entrance drive to the next be consistent in stucco color, that the lights be consistent, whether that is installing new lights along the entire length or matching the existing, that the pattern of pilasters with brick coping is repeated and used as a way to define points such as the pedestrian gate, that the brick coping be used along the full extent of the wall to match either end that are already there, and that the radius be consistent on the stucco, and that the pedestrian gate be constructed with lattias to match the stucco fence rather than panels.
Dagnan, second.
Would you want to include that revised plans be submitted to staff for approval?
Yes, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Yes. Yes, we have a second. Discussion? No? Roll call.
Member Beechard?
Yes.
Member Degnan?
Yes.
Member Mather?
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano?
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you, applicant. Moving on to the next case on the agenda. Under H, 2025-010871 HDRB 439 Camino del Monte Sol, Senior Planner Duran. Huh? Okay. You're correct. So the case I just called has been postponed under the amended agenda. So we will move on to case I, which is 2025-010872 HDRB at 836 Don Cubero Avenue. Also, Senior Planner Duran.
Chair Bienvenu, members of the board, in case number 2025-010872 HDRB at the single-family residence and detached guest house at 836 Don Cubero Avenue are listed as contributing to the Don Gaspar Area Historic District as recorded in the 1995 New Mexico Historic Building Inventory Survey Report and in a previous Historic Design Review Board staff report in 2003. There are no records in the Historic Preservation Division case files that indicate when the structures at 836 Don Cubero Avenue received status or primary facade designation. Most likely, the property received status in the 1980s during drive-by property reviews, including an assignment of historic status by then HPD staff. The applicant is coming before the board to determine the primary facades for the contributing structures on the property. There is no request to change the historic status of the building. So as we walk through this property, we can see that this would be the east elevation with the wall, stuccoed yard wall, and the covered entrance into the property. Now, I took some photographs from the previous HCPI form in the 90s. Now, as you walk into this property, there is a garage that's attached to the property to the 0 lot line. and you have to walk through the main residential structure in order to see the guest house. Now, the guest house here on the right-hand side is attached to the 0 lot line on the wall itself. Now, staff is recommending that this structure, this guest house, the detached guest house along that 0 lot line, and the main residential maintain that contributing status with the east facades designated as primary. And here we see, as you walk in, the covered portal and the guest house. Now here is our facade diagram at 836 Don Cabero Avenue. Staff is recommending first that east facade on the main residential structure and the yard wall as contributing, or as the primary and contributing. On the guest house, staff is recommending that east elevation as the primary facade and that structure maintain its contributing status. Staff recommends the historic status of the main structure and detached guest house be maintained as contributing, with the east facades designated as primary as indicated as numbers 1 on the proposed facade diagram, and the yard wall designated as contributing per 14-5.2C designation of significant contributing and non-contributing status within the historic districts. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you. Questions for staff from the board? No? Would the applicant please step forward and be sworn in?
Hello, will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
In Strongwater, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You have the floor.
I don't have too much to add to the proposal that Paul brought. I think you probably all visited at the site today and saw the major renovation that happened in the early 2000s that went through the historic process. And I thankfully received all those files through Paul. I have very little documentation from the current owners. They do not have much in the way of historic documentation. We've pulled together what we can. I hope to be able to answer any questions you may have. A major portion of the house, the front of the house on the east facade, does remain largely intact, from what I can tell. And I don't think we have any issues or points of contention with what Paul has provided. The guest house in the back that is proposed as a primary facade, I will just mention that it does have a full window and door replacement on that facade. I'm not sure if you had a chance to get back in there today on the site visit. And that appears to have happened in the early 2000s renovation. It has aluminum clad windows and doors with no light divisions in them. So I do think that is of some import when you're considering that as a potentially primary facade. I do think it appears substantially revised when you see it in person. So I might call into question whether that is worthy of a primary facade designation, other than the shape and dimensions of it do remain. The window openings and door openings are in the same location. The portal has been rebuilt. It stands over that door. Beyond that, I stand for questions.
Great, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Any members of the public who wish to speak?
Stephanie Benanato. I have a feeling that what's now the guest unit was probably a garage to begin with. It's very common in that area to have the garage set back like that. And the fact that it's at a 0 lot line sort of indicates to me that that would be the historic pattern. So I think that you could still designate that facade as primary, just excluding the actual windows and doors themselves, since the openings are supposedly historic. I wonder I don't know which facade it was, but there's one where you see a couple of windows and you see this curve at the bottom of the windows that's concrete or stucco. And again, this is a very it's historic detail that's contributing to many homes. And I wish, could you? Yeah. So you see here where the way the window is designed with those sills. And I think that would be south on that house. And I don't know if you would consider actually making that primary as well to preserve that feature, because that really is a character defining feature of these kinds of houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room wishing to speak to this application? No? I'll bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
I also mentioned I do have photos of it, if that's helpful. If you didn't make it there on the site visit today, I wasn't sure what ended up transpiring there.
That. We have a motion. Anyone?
I just have a question for Paul, or for the applicant, whoever. Are those windowsills represented on the proposed primary facade?
Chair Bienvenu, Member Beescheid, they are.
They are,
On
yes.
the east facade, and they extend around the
Okay.
main house.
Okay. And sorry, the garage is not separately designated because it's attached to the house. Is that my understanding? Okay, thank you.
To be clear, those facades are proposed as secondary. These photos are showing the south facade, which was a secondary.
I can make a motion. Yeah.
Or Beachside?
Thank you. In case 2025-010872, I hope that's the right number. Okay. At 836 Don Cabero Avenue, I move to adopt staff's recommendation to designate the, the east facade of the main structure is primary, and the east facade of the guest house is primary, excluding the non-historic elements, which include the portal and the windows and door, and to designate the yard walls as contributing as suggested by staff.
Just for clarification, I think you may have said this, but I wasn't sure. Did you also include in the motion that the main structure and the guest house be maintained as contributing?
Sorry. Yes, if I didn't, that's what I intended. Thank you.
It was implied, if not stated explicitly. Is there a second?
Second.
Member Degnan has seconded. Further discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano. Yes. Member Mather.
Yes.
Member Degnan.
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you, and good luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
Yep, good night. Okay, we are skipping item J, which was withdrawn, and moving on to item K, 2025-010873 HDRB at 219 and 219A Washington Avenue. Senior Planner Duran, it's also your case.
Chair Bienvenu, members of the board. Thank you for the introduction, sir, and for the professional office building at 219 Washington Avenue is listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district with the west street facing facade designated as primary. The commercial building at 219 Washington Avenue occupies the northwest corner of the former Levi A. Hughes estate and is characterized as a low, flat roof building that initially served as a garage. The nondescript structure faces Washington Avenue and sits directly adjacent to a wide sidewalk made of glazed clay blocks. To the north is a concrete walkway leading to the former McKee office building. To the south is a lawn of the one-time Levi A. and Christine L. Hughes residence. Constructed between 1930 and 1942, the garage is made of structural clay pentiles and finished with stucco and painted in a buckskin color. The previous garage faces the street, which has been altered with the infill of a door and windows. These include two sets of large multi-light wood windows that sit on low bulkheads faced with stretcher row brick. The public access to the building is through a three-quarter inch glass door at the northwest corner. The structure is currently utilized for commercial business and purposes. And that was well written by my former colleague, Mr. Ramon Sarazon. So several previous cases have happened on this, on this property at 219 Washington Avenue. In 2019, this property went before the board for status, and that west-facing facade was designated as primary. Then it went before the board in 2024, and Mr. Sarazon brought it to, and it was approved for some alterations on this structure. Now, Mr. Robert Evans is bringing forth this case for some additional renovations on this property at 219 and newly addressed 219A Washington Avenue. So here is the current site plan and the floor plan of this structure, or site plan, pardon me. Now, here's the north elevation of 219 Washington Avenue. As you can see, it's just a mass structure. And this is what borders a territorial structure directly to adjacent to a parking lot. Here is the eastern facade, and here is the facade that faces the parking lot as you drive into this area. Then we have the west-facing facade. And now the proposed additions and renovations at 219 and 219A Washington Avenue. And I'd like to commend the applicant. They worked diligently. Mr. Evans and Mr. Padilla worked diligently with staff. We've talked about this, discussed it, went through the project over time and time again. And we believe that we're presenting to you the best proposed design for the board to review and approve. Now, so this is the existing site plan for this project. Now, the proposed additions to the east and to the rear of the property extend with a two-story addition at 219 Washington, and then set back 10 feet from that addition is a proposed two-story new construction of I believe, a long-term hotel room. Now, staff requested two exceptions. We accepted one exception for the historic footprint, the exceeding 50% of that historic original footprint, and then one exception for the height. The max building height is 20 feet 1 inch, and they are proposing at 219A a structure to be 22 feet, and the 219A to be 24 feet 6 inches. So it's going to be multi-layered. They're going to have a basement level, and then they're going to build the first floor and then the second floor. That basement level will provide them the mechanical room measures that they'll need for the structure. And so here we have the floor plan, the two-story plan, and the basement plan. Now here we have the existing and proposed north elevations of the 219. So on that north elevation, they're putting in windows divided light windows and extending the roof, as you can see. It'll be raised. Now, the existing and proposed east elevations. Now, these east elevations are the elevations that are facing the mountain or to the garage to the rear. They are going to be creating a portal, closing in, infilling some infilling doors. And to the existing and proposed south elevation, these elevations are the ones facing towards the plaza. They're infilling the door and putting in a new door into windows. Bless you. We have the existing and proposed west elevation. Here they're going to be reestablishing what was previously approved in 2024. Now we have, let's see here, the proposed north elevation of units 4 and 5. Now, units 4 and 5 are the additions to the rear of the property. Now, additions, I should say, the addition and new construction to the rear of 219. So it's still going to be attached, but it's going to be to the rear of the building. And this is what it's looking like from the north elevation, raised to 22 feet. Here we have a view facing to the east, and this is facing towards the mountain. Here you can see the railing system going up, the entry to the proposed entry to the second floor unit, and a window. Here we have the proposed south elevation. Here's the elevation facing towards the plaza. Again, we have the divided light windows and the entryway. And the proposed west elevation, the west elevation that will be facing the Washington Avenue. So now we have the proposed north elevation for units 6, 7, 8, and 9, and this is 219A. So here we have just a general Spanish Pueblo Revival design style with divided light windows and wooden entry doors with a railing. Here we have on the proposed east elevation a railing system with divided light windows and an entryway. Here we have on the proposed south elevation facing towards the plaza, divided light windows, entryway, and the railing system. Then we have the proposed west elevation. This proposed west elevation has divided light windows, has the entryway with an overhang. Similar to what is being proposed, which is currently established at 215 Washington Avenue. So Mr. Evans provided some renderings, and here's a rendering of 215 Washington Avenue from the street at Washington Avenue. So as we're facing east, you can see the general two-story addition to the rear of 215 set back behind it. It's I know that the tree kind of blocks that, but the 219A two-story addition will be at a maximum 22 feet high, which they did request an exception. Now, at 215 Washington Avenue, that structure is 29 feet 8 inches. So it's still, the addition does not detract from what 215 Washington Avenue to its streetscape, to its presence on the streetscape. The addition to the rear is set back behind it and will not impact the public facing facade. Here is the rendering for the west facing facade at 219 Washington Avenue. And that's the primary facade. And then we have kind of an oblique northwest view in the parking lot to the rear of the structure by the parking garage. Now, 215 Washington Avenue is the one with the hip roof. to the left, and currently this is what it looks like today, and what the addition will look like to the rear, and that's 219A Washington Avenue. This is the rendering in which the applicant is proposing this design style, this recent Santa Fe revival style. And so the applicant provided a rendering, I believe this is a rendering facing into the proposed property from 215 down into the courtyard area and towards the entryway into the hotel rooms, and what it would look like facing down into the property. So given the proposed work, staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that all the exception criteria have been met, that the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you. Members of the board, do you have questions for the staff? Member Beachhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul, can you please comment on what, if any, impact you think that these changes have to the existing 219 and also the 215, which I think are they both contributing? Yeah.
They are. Chair Bienvenu, Member Beachhead. Yes, ma'am. And that's a great question. The impact, as we looked at this from the streetscape, both those west-facing facades are the primary facades, and that really tells the significance of those structures. And even so, the significant structure directly north of 219 Washington Avenue. Very prominent structure, very territorial-esque in an architectural design and the history to that structure. So when talking with the applicant, what they were proposing on that west facade at 219, they're proposing on stepping it back to the east, not to overwhelm that western facade, maintaining what was previously approved and not touching it and setting everything to the rear. Now, at the site visit today, these are pretty large structures and they can overwhelm the area, but the general area, and I believe the applicant is doing the best they can to build on this property by stepping it to the rear of, or to the east, where it has the least minimal impact on that streetscape. And so staff believes that they have met that to bring it before you today.
Other questions? No? Applicant, you may step forward and be sworn in.
Will you please state your name and address for the record? Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Thank you. Chair, he's been sworn in.
You. Welcome. And please let us know what you have to add.
I'm ready to take questions and concerns.
Okay. One question I had is what the radius of the corners are in the proposed building?
Radius of the corner?
Is it to match the existing
Yes.
structures? Okay.
Try to match everything is, but in fact, the wood on the front, that big portal on 215. But I have some overhangs and a portal, and we want to match that color of the wood in that side.
Okay. Questions from the board? Member Aguilar Medrano.
Chair Bienvenu. This view is actually perfect because one thing that was striking me as kind of odd on the right side of this photo is the pattern of the windows. There's such a large gap between them that doesn't really seem to be consistent with the patterning of the existing windows. I was wondering if you could just speak to that, and then also just kind of the windows in general. Like I'm looking at the proposed south elevation. Looks like each story has 2 windows, but they're not aligned. I'm just wondering if there's a reason that that's needed.
Mainly because of the interior layout. That's why the windows are placed the way they were.
What is behind that large gap in the rendering we were looking at a second ago?
I know.
I don't think the renderings have a.
Oh, you mean behind the big space between the windows on the second floor?
Yeah.
Ah. There's a wall that separates units at floor. Those. So that right in the middle, bathrooms are on that side. Have one window each. Shower on. It's a result of.
Thank you.
Member Beachhead?
Just to follow on to that, the proposed south elevation for units 4 and 5 has a similar odd window placement and door placement for that matter, that they're off center. Is that also due to interior? Yes. Yeah, I guess in my comment,
Sorry.
yeah, 4 and 5. And all of the door and window placements seem to be off-center, asymmetrical. Yeah, there, I'm on the right-hand side of this slide.
Fireplace. Right side and.
Okay.
That
Yeah, I guess for me, it just seems that, and maybe you're saying as much, that these are all designed for the interior to be as desired. And our purview, of course, is for the exterior. So it makes, little sense to my eyes that these are sort of off center. There's no apparent reason from the exterior for those not to be centered or mimicking, the placement of the windows on the adjacent contributing structures, which are, there's a lot of windows on those structures. Here they seem kind of sparse. I mean, the general design also seems, especially with the 2-story elements, like pretty uninspired, just kind of a block wall next to the 215, which has a lot of character, and even little 219A, or it's the smallness of that little building that I think that adds to the streetscape. And the reason in my mind that we designated that as contributing was that it was just a very diminutive building. I think the additions that will connect to this building and the one behind it, although not visible in your rendering from Washington, will have an effect. I mean, there's a lot of sky above this, and it, next to 215, which is a 2-story building, it's always appeared very tiny. So I think all of these changes just don't work in my mind, and I think they jeopardize the status of the neighboring buildings. I appreciate the effort to move things to the rear, but I think if those were 1-story buildings, and it probably compromises your vision for renting the property as at capacity. But I think that would be a lot more appealing.
So you're concerned about the height of buildings behind 19A?
The height and the design.
See that? I don't think you see anything that those buildings there.
I understand, but I mean, you can see 215 in this picture. You'll see something there. And as you walk around the property, I mean, there's a long walkway to the north. That's, a beautiful long walkway. You'll certainly change the character of that pass through.
Okay. Questions? No? Okay, thank you. Members of the public who wish to speak on this application may step forward to the podium. Sure, go ahead.
My intention with the 219A is to do a hip roof, but I could not meet the requirements in P&Z for putting a hip roof in. They have a number system, points, and I couldn't get enough to get the hip roof in. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to really match that building to that hip roof. I couldn't do it.
Thank you. Okay, yes. Oh, Director Lamboy.
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant. Is this the architectural point system that you're referring to? So in the rest of the city, the architectural point system applies, but in the historic districts review board determination applies. So the point system would not apply in this particular case.
That was part of the approval. That point system.
So in the planning and zoning worksheet, typically talks about setbacks and all of that sort of stuff. I'll take a look at the one that was submitted and reviewed.
They were pretty adamant. I was kind of.
Typically, we don't run across that, but I will see what the form says. I'll look that up.
Okay, members of the public. You've been sworn in. Just state your name again for the record.
Elizabeth West, I'm in the, I call it South Capitol, but it's the Don Gaspar area. And I walk in both areas, so that's where I'm from. This is an addition to the streetscape that's quite dramatically big feeling. And it sounds as if the applicant is trying to make an effort, is trying to figure out what's going on, and that's terrific. But kind of relating to what I said earlier, this is part of the give and take. There are some aspects of this project that look kind of appealing to me. I'm thinking in that area, this was a cute little item, and that will change that. However, a lot of the other buildings around there, if some of the things that you all have been talking about could be incorporated, I think would be benefited by a somewhat bigger building here. And I can't tell myself terribly well visualizing it, but it seems as if the largeness from the street of the setback of the second story works, but maybe not from the other sides as you walk around. And apropos of where windows are on the outside, I'm kind of in favor of building for the streetscape and then figuring out where the rooms go and how they configure. So I would love to ask the applicant just quickly, or just put it out there, that sometimes a challenge, say for in a bathroom area, is it forces you to look at, okay, how do I want people to walk in here? Where do I put the door? Where does therefore the window going to go? And I have a pet peeve. I think doors into restrooms do not open onto somebody sitting on the toilet. You can always move the toilet in relation to the door. And I've had cocktail party discussions where I've said, no, I'm going to go up there and look at your house, and we're going to look at and see what you could have done. So that's a very particular thing, but I don't know what is behind the space there. I think you said a bed or there's a wall. I understand that. Maybe one room could be a little bit smaller, and in other words, I'm for the streetscape. So, but thank you for this work. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Stephanie Beninato, I agree with Elizabeth West that it'll dramatically change the streetscape. And I don't really hear any discussion about hardship or how this really doesn't negatively affect the public. We already have a fairly big development going on right there in that area. It is going down that walkway. It was extremely controversial. It took many meetings for the board to approve it. I'm not sure why you need more than 50% add-on to 219. I don't hear any discussion about that. I think that too is a second story. And then you have this very square building that's 219A that's totally generic and really unappealing and doesn't really fit in with downtown at all. And to keep referring to 215, 215 is a historic building. It is not a new building. And so it's not even supposed to be considered in sort of the height calculations, all kinds of things. And yes, it would be nice to sort of reflect some of those details, but it doesn't make it okay to have a big building next door. And again, we don't see the fireplace. There's supposed to be a fireplace. Is it a gas fireplace? Where's the venting? You don't see that in that diagram. I don't know why you have to be an extra 8 inches above. Can't you make the basement lower, step down to the first floor, and then you can lower the second floor and be at the height level, so you don't need an exception. I mean, there's a lot of alternative designs here that have not been considered. And it seems like both staff and the owner think that, well, we have a right to develop, so we should be able to develop to the maximum. But this is a historic zone, and it's important to fit into the streetscape, especially in downtown, especially on Washington Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I see none. Yes, you may respond if you like. Sure.
Push back on. There is no, you go around that building, will not see any of that addition for the new building. That Market Steer, new restaurant right there next to the park. That's where this coming. Facing up on with my back to Market Steer. So if you walk out towards Washington Avenue, you don't see anything. You will not see that.
Thank you for that. Director Lamboy.
Thank you. There was a planning and zoning review that was done on April 28th, and there was no mention on points on the form. I do know for a fact that those architectural points don't apply in the case of historic districts, precisely because we have standards relating to compatible construction, and there would be no reason potentially, other than the fact for a hipped roof, not having a hipped roof, other than the fact that it might exceed the permitted height for the ordinance.
Okay. So it's back to the board. Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
Do you have a quick question?
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenue. I have a quick question for staff because I unfortunately wasn't able to attend the site visit. Were there story poles?
Chair Bienvenue, Member Aguilar Medrano, no ma'am. That's my fault. I didn't ask Mr. Evans to put them up. It didn't even cross my mind, and I should have.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I can
Yes.
make a motion? Okay.
Yes, please proceed You have the floor.
In case number 2025-010873 HDRB at 219 and 219A Washington Avenue, I move to postpone this case to a date certain. And would ask the applicant to take into consideration some of the board's comments tonight, which included height, massing, window placement, potentially it sounds like roof type and profile. And I would also encourage, I guess, story polls, since it seems like height is still going to be a topic of conversation, that another site visit, since we are postponing this, would give you an opportunity to install some story poles and make your point about it not being visible.
Second, Dagnon.
Thank you. I would just make a comment that I think that story polls, and I understand, Paul, you're already apologizing, but I just think it should be a matter of course that story polls are always required in the event an exception is being requested for height. I mean, I think it's good practice on any two-story building, but I think it's essential when an exception is requested. And I don't think it's even appropriate for the board to consider a height exception without story poles. So just for future reference, that would be my view. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Beachhead.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Do we have a date to provide to the applicant, Director Lamboy?
Thank you, Chair. You read my mind. So we do have that the earliest available would be September 9th, given we have to produce everything and review it, or September 23rd. Those are the two September meeting dates.
I don't think it probably matters to the board. Does the applicant have a preference sooner or later between the two? Earlier? Oh, later. Okay. So we'll go ahead with the second date. And hopefully you have enough direction. If you don't, please confer with staff. I think they have probably a pretty good understanding of what the board's issues are. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your patience.
Clarification, that would be 9/23, September 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Let's see. Last case of the evening, I is 2025-01-0874 HDRB at 423 1/2 A West San Francisco Street. And Senior Planner Duran, it's your case again. Close out the evening for us.
Chair Bienvenu, members of the board, thank you for this evening, and thank you all the public for being here. The single-family residence and garage at 423 1/2 West San Francisco Street, Unit A, are listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district, with the south and east elevations designated as primary on the main structure, and the north and west elevations designated as primary on the garage. The main residential structure was constructed around the 1880s on a 0.08 acre parcel and comprised of approximately 1,993 square feet of heated space. The main residential structure was built in the vernacular and Spanish Pueblo revival design style, as seen by the rectangular building shape, adobe block construction material, and recessed 3/1 windows. Now, in this proposed renovation, the applicant is requesting on this south facade to remove the non-historic portals. They're also requesting to restucco the structure, and here's the north facade. They're not going to touch the north facade. They're going to keep it as is on the mural. Here at the east facade, now this is a primary facade, and we requested an exception to widen this window, in which they did request for ADA compliance and for accessibility into the courtyard, in which they did address. On this south facing facade, they are going to be making alterations to the windows and doors, and also infilling a doorway. Now, on that infill, they're proposing on closing it off and restuccoing over. We did request an exception for that as well, which they did address. Here is their kind of mechanical area on this structure. They're going to replace some of the coyote fencing here and change out the windows, as well as install an HVAC unit and fix the canales in kind. So the development of this property throughout time, in 1884, the structure was established. In the 1930s, we have record of this adobe structure as it extends. And then it kind of got lost in the record. But now the homeowner is bringing it back, and the architect has brought it back forward. We have status and now the alterations in which they're proposing. So here in the existing and proposed south elevation site plan, we can see the removal of those portales. Here on the north elevation, no proposed work. They're going to keep the mural as is. On the existing east elevations, here's the shows you where they're going to be widening and creating French door divided light door entryway, where that 3/1 window is at, as well as a yard wall, a low hanging yard wall for access into the courtyard, which would be 3 feet. Now we have the south facing facade. This is the primary, also a primary facade. And as you see on that northeast, on that farthest right door entryway, they're looking at infilling that door entryway, in which we requested an exception. And the windows will be 3/1 and divided light doorways. On the existing west elevation, you could see where the removal of the portales are going to be and the wall. Here we have on the garage, the existing north, east, and south elevations. They're not proposing any work on any of those. On the existing west elevation, which is the primary as well as the north facade, they're going to be doing some work on the doorways. And the historic assessment, they're going to just be repairing that garage door in kind as is, as well as the low hanging yard wall. The exterior finishes that they're proposing is El-Ray sand. Now, they are looking at restuccoing the structure. Staff is making the recommendation that they restucco the structure in kind to its current architectural design style. This structure has a unique style to the type of texture in which they applied the stucco. Staff is recommending that be implemented in the same manner. The applicant is proposing a smooth surface, and the applicant can share more on that information with you. So these are the colors: the bare wave top for the window seals and the bare wild truffle for the door, for the wooden doorway. Here is a rendering, the wooden gate and garage door. Here is a rendering from the applicant to show you what they're proposing on that south primary facade and the garage door on that west facing primary facade. With that, staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that all the exception criteria have been met and that the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you for your very thorough presentation. It's much appreciated. Questions? Questions this time? Applicant, you may step forward and be sworn in.
Will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Walter Klump, 501 Rio Grande Avenue.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, Chair. He's been sworn in.
Much. Welcome.
Very much.
Thank you for your patience tonight.
Of course.
Never great to be the last one on the agenda, but appreciate your hanging in there.
Just happy to be here.
Okay, good. So tell us what you'd like to tell us. In particular, I guess you obviously agree with staff's recommendation. So just tell us anything you'd like to add.
Okay, great. So my client, Ellen Yarrow, intended to be here tonight, but she couldn't due to a family emergency. Be back in California. I have a few comments from the presentation. One was the colors. On the screen, for some reason, the bare wave top color came out like really saturated, and it's quite a pale blue color. So there are numerous examples in downtown and the downtown and east side historic district with a sand stucco finish and a pale blue. So that that was the intention for the color choices. So sorry that those came out a little bit saturated. And also I wanted to mention on the infill door, that is already halfway filled in. So there's never been any permits or anything pulled for this building. So where we're infilling that door has already been drywalled on the inside. So when you open up the storm door, you walk into a wall. So just for a little bit of extra context, my client bought this building in a state of disrepair. It had never been thoughtfully restored. So we're just trying to get it, trying to restore the historic integrity of the building. So that's our intention for this project. And then finally, I wanted to comment on the stucco that staff recommended. And we hired John Murphy as a historic consultant on the project. And he wrote a letter in response to staff's recommendation on the stucco, which reads, "Dear Ellen and Walter, I'm concerned about the staff recommendation to retain the brocade style stucco finish. The existing stucco exhibits a textured brocade or Spanish lace pattern created with a skip trowel technique. This is a late 20th century decorative treatment common in Santa Fe only from the mid-1960s onward and has no precedent on 19th century plastered adobe buildings. Its appearance is more closely associated with Stam or Bellemare tract houses built on the south side in that period. Historic adobe surfaces similar to the 423A house were finished with a hand-troweled, smooth or subtly floated coat, often lime-based, producing a planar surface that kept the building's form and proportions visually prominent. The current textured finish is historically inappropriate. It introduces a visual busyness foreign to the building's period and obscures the craftsmanship of the original walls. A more appropriate approach would be to restucco using a traditional cementitious plaster, such as El Rey 2030 sanded stucco, applied in a smooth or lightly floated finish to approximate the appearance of a 19th century adobe plaster coat. This would restore a historically compatible surface while maintaining the protective function of the stucco. John Murphy." And so we're going with the proposing a smooth textured. I stand for questions.
Thank you for that. Paul, did you want to address the stucco finish issue?
Chair Bienvenu, members of the board. Yes, sir. And Mr. Murphy eloquently states that he shares his assessment. However, given the status that was recently done on the structure and and the current state of the structure and the stucco architectural style that was implemented during the time it was stuccoed, staff recommends that the owner, when they do restucco it, match this similar stucco style. We do appreciate Mr. Murphy's assessment, and I think it's very eloquently stated. However, given the current status of the structure and the condition, staff stands by that recommendation.
Thank you. Director Lamboy?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bienvenu. The only thing I might be able to offer is in the Higbee, there's a photograph of the woman who lived there for a long time. And it was estimated to be approximately 1981. That stucco pattern was there in 1981. So, that either there's got to be proof of what was before or what is now in terms of determining how to make changes to historically contributing or significant.
Does the current application have a restuccoing request? Okay. And did you specify the nature of the stucco? So when staff, you said that you recommend approval, did you mean except for the stucco?
Chair Bienvenu, great question. In the application request and in the staff recommendation, it says staff recommends that the proposed stucco be installed utilizing the same rough texture of the existing stucco to retain the historic character of the building.
I see.
And so in their request, in the applicant's request in number 1, in the staff report, the main residential structure stucco the east, south, and west facades of the exterior with cementitious stucco color sand in a smooth texture. Staff relayed to the applicant that staff recommends that it be done in the rough texture that it currently has.
Okay, so if I just restate staff's recommendation in the report then,
Yeah.
to be what I think is what you're saying, is that you recommend approval on condition that the proposed stucco be installed utilizing the same rough texture as the existing stucco.
Yes, Chair, that'd be correct.
Yes, Director
I
Lamboy.
may add one extra thing. In the Higbee, under photo 16 on page 38, there's a photograph of many layers of stucco. And so that might be a hint of what was there previously. And you can see underneath that there's a rough texture there as well.
Okay. All right. So I think I understand staff's position is that unless proven otherwise, you believe the rough stucco pattern that currently exists is part of the contributing status and historic,
Yes, Chair.
subject to proof to the contrary at a later date. Okay. Sure, you can respond. Yep.
So regarding the comment on the condition of this being approved on the stucco, it's our wish to move the project forward. So my client, myself, and John all wish for a smooth texture to restucco the building. But if that were the sole condition, move this forward, we're willing to use the rough stucco.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenu. I was actually just going to say that I don't think I've seen an application from you before, but I just wanted to commend your packet. I thought the application was put together really well. Always appreciate a good existing versus proposed, side by side. And I thought you did a really great job of calling out the details like the finishes and the stucco in multiple places in addition to your rendered elevation. So just really great application.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Member Beachhead.
I just have a couple of questions. Thank you. can you just confirm for me that the east facade is not visible from the street?
That's correct.
Okay.
The whole building is not visible from the street.
Right, okay.
That one's especially not visible.
Right. And then it appears that almost all the windows are non-historic, except for some historic jambs and sashes, correct? Okay. And then the proposal for the replacement is an aluminum clad wood window.
That's correct.
Yes, okay. There's a couple of like they look like pipes that are coming up on the proposed south elevation at the corners of the primary facade, and then again on the sort of secondary massing. Are those vents, or are they forward near the base of the building?
No, they're to the side of the,
Mhm.
so it's on the west elevation. So that's old existing mechanical. Yep.
So I'm looking at the the south facade elevations. And so sort of there's like three masses, but there's two new pipes, it appears.
No, there's no new pipes.
Okay, those are existing. They're just not shown on the existing.
Oh, okay. That's a mistake on the drawing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are there.
Those are existing
Okay,
and
thank you.
and wanted to just demonstrate.
Okay. And then with respect to the stucco, will you keep the main, especially the tallest part of the building has a prominent sort of cap at the parapet? You're keeping that, yes?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And then the last thing I had was with respect to the color. So is the blue color you're proposing matching the existing, or is it a lighter shade?
It's a lighter shade than the existing.
Okay.
It's lighter and paler than the existing. The existing it's currently saturated and
Mhm.
maybe not maybe but blue. This is a pale sky.
Okay, I know there's been, I'm not a color expert, but there's been some sensitivity to particularly Santa Fe blue or Taos blue. I'm not sure if this qualifies as that, but does anyone have some insight into the color? You know, is that color historic? Should it be retained, or is this sort of lighter shade of blue acceptable? Any board member or staff? Or
Step one,
applicant, if you have-
address that issue. Can you able to?
Chair Bienvenue, Member Bishai, we're considering to keep this color window the same. Would that be something the applicant would be?
I think that really the question to you, as I understand it, is do you have any opinion as to whether the existing color is of historic nature that should be protected?
Thank you.
Oh, Chair Bienvenue, Member Bishai, that's a great question. I don't know how I would answer that. I would have to ask.
Director Lamboy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking over the photographs we have in the Higbee. And there is a picture from the 1990s that has a lighter blue on an exterior door that accesses the kitchen. That may be something that was used previously. But you are correct that it should be somewhat compatible with what was there historically or currently. So, and I'm looking for the picture of the lady in the 1980s. Just one moment. At that time, they were white. So it seems to me that it could go either way.
What date were they white? In the 80s. Okay, so the color is not historic. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I think that answers the question,
It
probably.
does, thank you. And then just one last thing, there's a couple of photographs of the windows that have, I don't know if it's a grate or a trellis in front of them. Is that attached to the building? Is that staying or going?
In the existing photograph.
Yeah, they don't look historic.
They're and those are not.
Yeah, okay.
Those are not historic.
Okay.
or do assessment.
Okay, thank you.
There are no further questions from the board. I'll open it to public comment. Please step forward. State your name for the record. 2 minutes.
Hello, Elizabeth West. I was just thinking about the colors that we're looking at here, and I've been noticing all night long, and I can see what's on the computer, and then I can see what's on your screen, and it's way more saturated. I mean, some of them are just orange when they're should be sort of a different color. So you all know how to take care of that and adjust things. There's a wall there with 2 windows. I've forgotten where it is and it's not in front of me right now. And then 2 very similar either windows or doors. It looks very static. It's kind of odd to me. Is that something that was there before and they're keeping it? Is that it? I'm so sorry. I don't know how to refer to it. Do you know what I'm talking to? Yeah, I think so. It just feels kind of odd looking. Anyway, while you're looking for that, I have a third comment. Anyway, is there a leeway when you're doing the rough stucco? I've seen so many different kinds, and some of them are just extraordinary, and others aren't. Yeah, that's not it. But anyway, I was wondering if there's a leeway. Plus, the blue marking when you brought up an example looked much smoother than some other of this lace vine stuff, whatever. Boy, that's kind of casual, isn't it? Sorry about that. Does anybody know what I'm referring to? I've forgotten the elevation where there's the center part on either side of the building. It's slightly different, but the middle part is statically balanced. And it just felt odd. That's it. Bye.
Paul, I think
Yeah,
it's
that
the south.
right there.
Okay, thank you very much. Next. Turn that off and just go ahead and finish your thought. Thank you. Right, seeing no further members of the public who wish to comment, is coming back to the board at this time for discussion and or preferably a motion. Ready? Make a motion. Member Aguilar Madrano.
Case number 2025-010874-HDRB at 423 and a half A West San Francisco Street. I move to approve the proposed project and find that all exception criteria have been met, with the condition that the stucco texture be matched per staff's recommendation, unless the applicant can prove that a smoother texture existed prior.
Neither will second.
You want to clarify what you mean by prior? I think we've established that the current is historic. So do you want to, are you going all the way back to original or at any time prior to the stucco that's here, even though this stucco is historic? And, I was just reading for further discussion on that, I was just reading our stucco guidelines, and it does state that existing stucco on a contributing building is to be preserved. I don't think that doesn't mean that your motion isn't appropriate if you can prove that it's not historic or otherwise not worthy of protection.
I would be comfortable, back to the construction of the building, if it can be proved that it originally had smooth stucco, I would be comfortable with approving a new smooth stucco finish.
Okay.
We please have a motion.
All right. I think with that clarification, did we have a second? We did. And did you have
just a point of discussion? I think with respect to stucco colors, we often allow for an applicant to demonstrate, the presence of another color based on layers of stucco on the house that was there before, what's there currently. So I think the texture could be considered in the same way. So if the applicant, can find smooth stucco underneath the brocade stucco, that would be a justification for that too.
Okay. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
The motion has passed, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for hanging in there with us and for your presentation. And City Attorney Ribbolede.
Thank you, Chair Bienvenu and Member Aguilar Madrano and applicant. As far as proving that there was a previous stucco texture or previous stucco color, I need to know who makes that decision. Will it be sufficient for the staff to be able to approve a different stucco texture or a different stucco color without the applicant having to come back before the board?
Thank you, Frank.
Okay.
Attorney Rubleed. Yes, I would make the motion so that the applicant can submit photos to staff for approval.
Everybody agrees to that. That's what I'll put in the findings of fact.
Okay.
Hearing no objection. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Great. Good luck. Next item, number 10 is discussion items. I don't think we have any. Item 11, matters from the board. Are there any? No. Next meeting is August 26, 2025. And is there an objection to adjournment? We are adjourned.